You gotta hit that like button if you haven't already. Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. It is a lovely casual Friday. We are giving you the content for your work week on this show. So today is Casual Friday. Y'all know how we do it. All right. So greetings to everyone in the chat. I see you. Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network. Today is January 27th, 2023. We are going to get it popping for you today. As always, we have a super hot topic for you as we get into it. We're going to decompress today, right? Hopefully, some of you are leaving early for work. Let me know in the chat if you're at work. We would love to know how you are participating with the show, and we appreciate everything. So let me say what's up to the people who have come in so far. The Gemini, what's up, Chat Ninja? The Blockchain Finance and Value Channel, thank you for coming through and showing your support. I see you. The Accountability Partner, what's good, my guy? I see you. CC, how you doing? Good morning and happy Friday. Miss Jill, as always, staying faithful. Thank you. Good morning. Dario Duplin, Green Gang, what's up, my man? Chop's fake girlfriend, how you doing? Good morning. Love C, it is a good day. Yes, it is. Thank you for stopping through as always and showing support. Jones in for more. Good morning. How you doing? Jeffrey Woodland, thank you for staying faithful to the channel in general, man. You really show love. All right. Hero of Egypt, what's going on, man? How you doing? In fact, no, that might be, I don't know if that's a man or a woman. I take that back. Marriage, politics, and sports. How you doing, good sir? I would love your opinion on this too when we open the panel up. Please feel free to jump on. Too Mad with AJ, what's going on? What's going on? Willie Walker, good morning. Clement Gray, how you doing? Sherwin Thomas, what's going on? What's going on? King Sonny, what's up? What's up? And Cat Student One, you are at work. Thank you for tuning in today on the Trigger Mike Show. All right, so we are on the Lapeef Network. Hopefully, y'all caught Lapeef Let's Talk last night. Man, such a great show. Also, make sure if you have not hit that subscribe button, I'm sure everybody is subscribed, but if you are not, make sure to hit that subscribe button down below. And in that corner, also hit that bell for notification. Those three little dots sitting there, hit that bell so you can get each and every notification that we give for this show. When it goes live or any other show on the Lapeef Network, you will get a notification straight to your phone to tap in and share with us and enjoy the show with us. All right, but a lot of good topics. Last night they had a lot of good convos there. I love that show. In fact, it's actually what brought me to YouTube. Yeah, it's really what brought me to YouTube. I had no idea less than a year ago. So I've only been on YouTube about 6 months. Less than a year ago, I had no idea any of this was going on YouTube. That's not a lie. I came to YouTube to watch gun videos, to learn how to take stuff apart and watch music videos. That was it. Had no idea none of this stuff was going on. Somebody saw something I was talking about on Facebook. Then they sent me an invite to the Lapeef Facebook group. And then the rest is history, right? So, yep, it's just crazy. Thank y'all so much for participating. And we got another good one for y'all today. As always, I'm trying to create a safe space for ladies to come talk their stuff to. I know ladies are, kind of apprehensive but as you can see, if you watch the previous shows, we take care of you ladies. I don't let them beat up on you too much. You can get your word across without getting pummeled because your perspective matters. And I just want you to know that. Y'all hear me talk a lot of trash and some of it is to women, but you will never hear me say that your opinion does not matter or I will not protect your ability to have your opinion. So understand that on the Trigger Mike Show, you can come here. All right. I want you here. I want you to cam up. I want you to give your perspective. It is valuable. So any woman that is in the back chat wondering if she can come up and discuss these things with us, look at the topic for today. The topic is, do women burn themselves out and blame it on men? I obviously need a woman's perspective on that. So if you are free and able to come up, cam up with us, I will protect you on this panel. All right. Feel free to come on up. Your perspective is absolutely necessary. And I want to see you in this conversation. And I would love to talk to you. All right. So What else do we got, man? Thanks to everybody. Continue to coming in the chat. Buck Rogers, what's going on? Mr. Rogers, what's going on? It's Party Lime. Salute. Salute to you. Good morning. All right. So as we get into this topic, do women burn themselves out and blame it on men? Let's slice the question in half. All right, let's slice the question in half. Do women burn themselves out and blame it on men? What are the origins of all of this? For the first part, do women burn themselves out? Women put themselves in the workforce. As we know, most of us that are alive today, what's up, D. Will? I see you. Most of us that are alive today were born into a society where women work equally. Men go to work, women go to work. All right. So most of us here, millennials, even Gen X millennials and Gen Z, or the Zoomers as they call them, even all of us are used to women working, especially in the Black community. 70% of Black people alive today were raised solely by a single mother. So therefore, she had to work to support you. So even in the community in general, you saw more of a woman working than anybody. So we know that. All right. We're going to acknowledge that here on this show today. We know that to be a fact. But women ask for this equality. That's the distinction that I want to make. Women ask for equal pay, for equal work. You ask for equal opportunity and equal work. And if you're even going as far to ask for equal outcome, whether the odds are even or not. All right. So women got every single thing they asked for from society. That's what we kind of need to acknowledge in this conversation in general, as it pertains to the workforce that includes men and women. Women got everything they asked for. You can't claim you didn't. And if you want to come up here and chat with me on that, or just want to put your thoughts on that in the chat, please feel free to do so. Now, what are the reasons why? And let me, before I get into that, let me explain really quick that I actually understand that women are burned out. I want to say that today. So let's not sit here and think this show is about to try to say that women aren't burnt out. I 100% acknowledge, Trigger Mike, acknowledge that women in America, especially in this culture, are burned out. Single mothers, working mothers, mothers in two-parent households, first-generation migrants and immigrants. These women in general are burned out. I 100% understand that and agree with it. But I want to talk about the reasons why this is occurring as we progress this conversation forward. Okay? Y'all went to college. Not all women, but the largest group of women ever in history are now college graduates. So that was a part of the equality narrative that y'all pushed. Y'all wanted equal opportunity. You wanted equal education. This is America. Nobody stopped you. You got it. Y'all went to college. Furthermore, because you went to college, many of you, especially in the Black community, ran up debt. If you know a Black woman with college debt, over $50,000, put a one in the chat. I don't even have enough fingers to tell you how many women I know with over $100,000 in debt. I don't have enough fingers nor toes to tell you how many women I know with over $100,000 in college debt. All right. Y'all ran up the debt, and quite honestly, y'all are working to pay it off. Some of y'all are working to pay it off while providing for yourself in other areas of life. Food, clothing, shelter, etc. It's already obvious and based in the statistics that, especially in the Black community, that women don't necessarily prioritize marriage anymore. So we can't say that that's what women are doing, or that's their holdover, or that's their relief, because it's not. The marital numbers are down. Divorce rates are up. Marriage numbers are down. It's kind of, teeter-tottering in one of those areas. But You're gonna have to tell me the story too, Mad, with AJ, how yours were forgiven. I'm not paying mine anymore because I'm about to be 100% disabled veteran, and those are the first things to go. That's what all the vets tell me. You're just gonna wake up one day, there's gonna be emails saying cleared. I can't wait. I cannot wait. But y'all went to college, ran the checkup. Y'all ran the checkup on the national deficit in college. All right. So y'all have to work to pay that debt off in addition to taking care of yourself, which is commendable. Nobody can say it's not. That is commendable, ladies, and I will fight anybody that says otherwise. You wanted education, you should have it, and you got it. Now, what else are women doing in society as to the reasons why they may be burned out? Women are doing amazing things. If y'all want to know why everybody wants to come to America, is because women are doing amazing things. And I on this show, and no other man in America really, there are true misogynists out here. I need y'all to know that. There are true misogynists that don't want women to go to school. True misogynists that don't want women to go to work because some of them might even be afraid women are going to overtake them. I don't understand how any woman in America can think that's the average American man. We have no problem with you going out there and being the best you can be. Let me be the first to say that on this show. I talk a lot of trash, and some of it is to women, but I need y'all to understand who I am as a person. I got a mom, I got sisters, I got a wife, I got a daughter, all whom of which I will break my back and probably die for so they can have the opportunity to do things. I went to the military and fought for your right to do these things and talk the way you want to talk, even if it means you talking shit to me. I fought for your right to do that. So I want y'all to understand who the typical American man is, that I believe he is, and who I am as a person. I want you to go to school. I want you to get the best job you can get. But there is a caveat to what I want. And I don't even need to wait to say it. I want you to keep your family in mind at all times. That's what Trigger Mike wants, because that's what I'm going to do no matter what. So that's what we actually expect of our women. But let's also talk about how we got to this point where women are burned out in society. Women are represented at all levels of government, even the executive. Correct me if I'm wrong, but being a vice president is the executive branch, is it not? She's literally the neck. Biden can hurt his neck and just be sitting like this for 3 months, and they say maybe he can't do the job, and that lady is going to become president. She is in the executive branch of government. All right? People always say that, oh, there have been plenty of female leaders. Let me explain something to you. Being a female leader in the executive branch in America is the one thing nobody ever thought would happen. Is the one thing everybody wants to watch closely as it happens. All these other countries y'all talking about ain't shit. They ain't doing nothing for real. They don't have any world, like, which way the wind blows in the world is not contingent on what these countries do. New Zealand, UK. I'm not going to say UK. I'm not going to pick on y'all. I got people out there. But y'all rely on other countries, their military might, their trade, the value of their dollar, so on and so forth. The value of their currency, rather, to determine which way the wind blows. And most notably, I'm talking about the US, China, Russia. Any of these countries have serious conflict going on. Oh, my bad. No UK slander, but I'm saying military-wise and economy-wise, any of these three countries decide to stop doing anything on a major scale or have major military conflict going on, example, Ukraine and Russia, there are going to be significant impacts in the world markets. So everybody always watches. Female leadership in other countries is good. That's great. Kudos to you. But female leadership in any of these three countries I just named is something different entirely. And in America, we have a woman in the executive branch. Women are represented in all levels of government, local government, state government, federal government, congressmen, senators, you name it. Anyone, you can do whatever you want. Like, let's just be real. Stop talking in America as if women can't do what they want, or you can't run a checkup somewhere, or you can't run an opportunity up somewhere because you can. There's no more excuses. You can absolutely do that in America, but let's not get off topic. Women run extensive campaigns for elected office, just like men do. You see women out on campaign trails, stumping for other people or stumping for themselves in their own campaigns. They do that. Women work in law, which has been documented since times immemorial of it being an arduous and tiring profession. A lot of reading, a lot of legal legwork, all that. Women are in politics, oil and gas, healthcare. Some women are even in the military and in the police force. You understand what I'm saying? So women have a lot of stake in our society. A lot of stake in our society and how it runs. I'm just laying the framework for us understanding that you're burned out, ladies. We understand that you may be burned out by these burdens, but you asked for them. You absolutely asked for them. I'm going to keep bringing that up, and I'll explain why in a little later. So why are ladies saying that they're burned out in our society in general? I think it's because women thought that even though they wanted to move like men, even though they thought they wanted the opportunities that men have, they wanted the jobs that men hold, they wanted the pay that men get paid, you still wanted a family and children. Not all women, but you got to understand that very few women don't have a family. In fact, whether you want a family or not, after age 40, please correct me if I'm wrong, less than 15% of all women don't have at least one child. So that family is coming whether you want it or not. That's the way you need to look at it. You are going to have another human that you are responsible for by the age of 40. Most women will. Whether you're married or not, whether you're in a relationship or not, you will be responsible for another human being. And women, even though they wanted all of these things, they let their ambitions run wild in society. You still have to account for the work that needs to be done that is yours to perform inside that family structure. And I don't think a lot of modern women made the mental allotment for that. It's understandable, but still we have a crisis on our hands because of it. You saw the door wide open and said, why don't I walk through it? Why don't I take full advantage? I mean, to be honest, I don't see how it could have occurred any differently. You see opportunity, you run it, you get it while the getting's good. I understand that 100%. But now we're noticing that women didn't leave space for that family that they were also going to want and or have to take care of, whether a man was there or not. That is what we're seeing. That is why women are burned out. If we're being completely honest, a lot of women get burned out before the kids. If I'm wrong in the chat, let me know. A lot of women get burned out before the kids. And I want to tell you a little bit about, why I think that is. And anybody who wants to, jump in the back, if you're ready to discuss this with me, jump in the back. I'll bring you up in a second when I'm done. I want to tell you a little bit why I think women are burned out before the kids come. Because, yeah, we can talk about it being just the kids, but it's not just the kids. Women are starting to realize that their ambitions were too lofty. It is perfectly fine, and nobody should shame a woman who feels like her purpose is to take care of her family. I believe a lot of women right now are behaving outside of their natural character. Not all women, but I'm going to say at least half. Half women are realizing that, damn, I didn't really want to do this career like my husband. I didn't want to stay in the workforce for 30 years or 30, 40 years like he has to. Remember, we have to. Men work close to their death date It's written in stone. It's stamped. Okay, we're not going anywhere. I'm 36 years old. That's 29 years away from federally recognized retirement. I'm not crying. You don't see me complaining. That's what all other men do. I think women are noticing now that they don't want that. And for those of you who are saying, okay, well, women work up until that age too, you don't work at the same capacity nor at the same rate that men do. Millions of more women are in the workforce than men because men die sooner and men go to jail more. Millions more of you are in the workforce, but yet men still outwork you in number of hours worked. That should let you know that y'all don't work at the rate, the hourly rate, the productivity rate in some respects that men do. And it's okay. That's the way society was designed. We would literally be a backward society if women who birthed children and were responsible for rearing them also worked as much as the men. That's backwards ass thinking, in my opinion. So I believe a lot of women are just realizing now that not only are they burned out, okay, they are burned out. They don't want this life that they financed. Y'all hear me? They financed this life. We talked about women having $100,000 in debt. They are done with the career and they're 35 years old. They done. They don't want it no more. They realize they didn't prioritize marriage. They don't, because the way they grew up, they don't even know how to prioritize it. They don't know how to keep a partner in mind outside of their own needs and interests. They are struggling to maintain even the simplest relationships, friends, long standing family members and those type of relationships. We starting to realize all of this in society is falling apart. I believe it has to do with women being burned out. And what if I'm doing anything here, I'm trying to get women to realize it's okay to tell us that you burned out. We need y'all to be honest with us. We need y'all to be real with us. Tell us why you burned out. Tell us why you need our help. Tell us that you want to prioritize a family with us and you will see things change. That is what men do. We're soldiers. I promise you. Give a soldier a purpose. He's going to do the work. Right now, you're not giving these soldiers purpose. Y'all are telling them y'all can do the same thing as them. And they believe in y'all. That's where the men went wrong. We're believing that women can do everything they say they want to do. If you grew up like I did, who had a mother who was very detailed in saying, don't you listen to that woman if she says that, because she's a woman. She like, no, don't listen. It's all going to change once y'all have children, right? She used to tell me that about my little girlfriends and stuff back in the day. She just asked them little questions as they were chatting. You know what I mean? Oh, what do you see yourself doing? How long are you going to work? I'm going to work forever. He work, I'm going to work. She give the little side eye like, okay, that's what you think. You don't have kids yet. Smart woman, right? A woman will let you know. I mean, women and their wisdom that comes from their experience. There's nothing like it on earth. That wisdom that comes from their experience, because women feel differently than men do. My dad's a hard ass. This is his advice. All right. But my mom, she will caress you with that wisdom. It will resonate in ways I never thought possible. When women give that type of wisdom out, other women need to listen. Because I don't know why a lot of women don't listen to their elders. You think you're different. You heard that you were going to be burned out before. You heard that you needed to prioritize a man and a relationship and a family because he was your relief. Before anything, for a woman, marriage is about survival. Y'all need to survive. Forget serving me. That's just a byproduct. This is for your survival. My ass is going to be out there working while you on maternity leave. When you having mental breakdowns and suffering from depression, my ass is out there working. When you broke your leg or you're having back pains from the labor, my ass is at work. You need a man for survival, to plug holes in your life that are just naturally going to occur. That's what y'all should have prioritized. Unfortunately, some of your mothers failed you. That's what they should have told you. Now, I'm going to bring the panel up because I do have another question, but I want the fellas to help me answer this one. I'm going to bring them up. I saw you, Mr. Marriage, Politics, and Sports. I'll bring you back up. AP, can you cam up real quick so I know it's you? What's going on, Chief? Gentlemen, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Trigger Mike.
Yeah. So the topic. So I wasn't gonna monologue too long because I saw y'all in the back. So you see, I went and gave my perspective on, do women burn themselves out? So we'll start with that, and then we'll get to the other side of it, which is why they blame it on men.
You
All
know,
right? Let me know something, Mr. Walker.
I do believe that women are burned out. I know you say, it's not so much a question, that's just what it is. And that is true. And me and my wife had this conversation. It seems today we're all in an unnatural environment, especially women with, have working so much. And you brought up, raising kids, maternity leave. That's a real thing. So if you don't have a man around, and what's being pushed on women is, I don't necessarily need a man, and not marrying before, we carry, it's just creating a very unnatural environment. And I think that has produced overworked, burned out women, and it's not fair.
Agreed.
It's a self-inflicted wound, though.
There you go. I mean, that's what we're getting into. That's the blame it on men part. So go ahead, Mr.
Okay. Whoever's go next. If you want me to go, I'll go.
It's you. You got it.
Yeah, one of the things we're seeing is women are acting against their nature, and they've been trained in a couple of generations that their nature doesn't matter. I mean, there's a lot of different factors about why women are the way they are today, and one of them, I mean, there's a myriad of them factors. And some mothers who were married actually gave their daughters information or bad advice, because even though the older generations, like I'm a baby boomer, and the generations beyond me, the one next, they may have been married, they may have been dutiful in their marriage, but they probably told their daughters, don't depend on a man.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them did, and it started passing down. And so the daughters took that to say that they're unhappy in their marriage because of the duty that they had to perform. You add that with feminism and the transgenders or the gay movement, where it says that there's really no gender roles, and that started to pick up steam. Women say, look, we could do it all. We could do it all like men. We're just like men. And we're going to go against our nature. That's why they want to get married. And they could have sex like men. They could do all these things like men. And the chickens are starting to come home to roost. And a lot of women are seeing that. We're seeing, Ellis Ross. We're seeing Tahaji P. Henson. We're seeing Lolo Jones. We're seeing, what's the white girl from Friends?
I forget her name, but she was actually, wasn't she in like the Cosmopolitan deal? Brother Kevin Samuels talked about it. The Cosmopolitan hoax that was put on the modern woman, saying that you can go out here and be just like a man. And Brother Payne, you hit the hit nail around the head, and the chickens are coming home to roost. And what we're seeing is, at the end of it, it doesn't math out in the end.
Let me add one more thing to that, though, brother. The thing that is catching them by surprise is that they spend 2 or 3 generations emasculating men. So there's there's not enough men to say, okay, we got to put order to your chaos, because there's a whole bunch of men out there who can't even stand up to the plate. Not that they're not willing to, they don't even know how.
One second. PH Diva, can you cam up real quick so I know it's you? All right, bet.
Yeah, so that's my thing. There's so many different factors on why women are where they are today. And a lot of it is self-inflicted, but just like we say, women don't like to take L's. And we'll get into that second part of it. But if they don't like to take L's for the small things, they definitely are going to want to take an L for this big one. It's just no, you know what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Can I ask you guys a question? Are you guys suggesting that no part of this really is on any man? Do you think it's all self-inflicted, or
no? We going
also
AP. We getting ahead of it. We gonna get to that. We definitely gonna get.
That's a good question. I'll be ready to answer that one too.
We're gonna bring the conversation around full circle. So what I'm actually
my bad.
No, you good, because it's a good question. That's why I wrote it down. So we're gonna bring it full circle real quick. Mr. Moses, DTX. How you doing this morning?
What's up, guys? Good morning from Texas and DTX in Dallas, Texas. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on? Welcome.
Guys, hey, thank you, Trigger Mike, for having your show, man. I always wondered where you was at, and I followed your show, man. I was surprised. I was like, man, finally got a show. Congratulations. I just want to give you a shout out.
Hey, man. Thank you. Appreciate it.
No problem. Welcome. So with this topic you guys having right now, I was just listening in, and it's funny, I just got off of Kevin Samuels, one of his old lives, and it's funny how it's very rich that the topic you're saying is very true to this day. It hasn't stopped. Excuse me, noise. I'm around dogs and stuff. The problem with a lot of the modernism that's been pushed for so many years, and it's been so far, has been making our community, of course, Black community, go so far left. It's not even thinking about how far would this make us look in the future for our families. And honestly, it's not going to stop until, at this point, who's going to help them to realize the truth that may want to get them to the right place? It has to be the opposition to help them too, but they're not going to help them because they already made the damage, right? So at this point, it's like, man, I don't know what to say besides, if they continue to have this path of thinking, my career is better for the family no matter what, versus just starting a family. Because I met so many older women who regret it, and it's like the same story every time. It's like they don't want to repeat the story with their children if they got the message early, right? But at this point, man, come from a Christian point of view, too many of them are just so far gone. It's like, do I want to risk the statistics to get the divorce with the women in my community versus dating outside? Not against my women, but I have to consider that now because it's so many of them career oriented. It's like you can't get that genuine point of view from the same as you. You know what I'm saying? That's just my thoughts on the topic right now so far. I'm still listening.
Got you. I appreciate that. PhD, but thank you for joining us. So you are the only lady here right now. So I want to get your full opinion on this. Please don't be shy. Do women burn themselves out?
Not really from what I could see. And first, let me applaud you on your approach to this, because typically in these spaces, the approach is to berate women and tell us we're doing everything wrong. But you actually present it under the guise of men being concerned about women. So let me applaud you on that. Now, appreciate it. Rather than, just trying to get us to do whatever you all want. So that's that. From what I see, around me, I don't think women are really burned out. But for the fact that, and I'm going to limit this mainly to Black women, given the economics and, the cost of living, the vast majority of Black men who have a wife would need that wife to also go out and work. So if that woman goes out and works, 40 hours, the same as, her husband, then expecting her to do, majority of the housework and the cooking and the, child rearing or child care would put a strain on that woman. I don't even really think most Black women complain about that. We're starting to see some of that now, with the whole soft life, stuff. But generally speaking, Black women have always worked, even if it was by force of law, so we always work. And I think what many of the women are, where they get the mindset now is that they've seen, their mothers and grandmothers, whether or not they had a man in the home, working very hard for still very little return, right? So still largely poor And so then you start thinking like, okay, well, clearly I can't depend on a man to give me a comfortable life. And so let me go out and get it for myself, right? So the problem then again comes in where if you do too good a job, then you kind of are again burdening yourself because you're going to be the primary breadwinner. And so in my field, I see that a lot with not only Black women, but white women. I used to have a coworker who she went to part-time and said she still was the breadwinner in her home. So that tells you how little her husband was earning.
Okay, that's pretty crazy. But
that is crazy, right? But I see it a lot because I'm in a pretty highly paid field. But even in my interactions with Black men, most Black men want a woman to work.
That is true. Most men.
Well, yeah. Well, so yeah, I'm pretty sure most men. So then to come on the back end and then, you know, say that it's problematic for women to work. So then what's the solution? Because now either we gonna be in a state of lack if the woman's not working and, you know, just staying home and doing the family stuff, which increasingly women are wanting to do. Although I don't think the women who want to leave the workforce, I don't necessarily think it's because, you know, the workload is too much. I think there's a lot that goes on in the workplace that women, particularly Black women, don't want. Like I stopped working for about 2 years because there was a lot of discrimination and racism. And I knew that when I got ready to go back, I would have a job just because of the field that I'm in. However, most married Black women can't take 2 years off, right? Just because they feel like it. So I think if Black men want Black women to be more concerned about like home and hearth, then there's some adjustments that y'all are going to have to make as well.
Well, thank you for the perspective. I think we're going to get, you're going to have some good insight on these follow-up questions. So please stick around if you can. All right. Mr. Flex Henry 3, how you doing this morning, sir?
All right. How you doing?
I'm doing well, sir. What you got on the topic?
Well, in response to the ladies, just a little bit of a rebuttal. Women working is not the problem, and it's not about home responsibilities. Like men, most married men don't leave their wife to just do 90% of the obligations. I've been married for 15 years. I pick my kids up from school. I help them with their homework. Sometimes I cook. I think people speak in extremes. It's like, oh, if I'm at home, if I'm working and I'm with the man, then I'm gonna have to do 100% of responsibilities. When in reality, we know that's not true. When the kids play sports, who's coaching the teams? Come on now. When there's outside activities, the men are usually the ones that are more involved with those type of responsibilities. Now, my wife, she mostly does washing the clothes. That's something that I don't do. I don't wash their clothes and stuff like that. But you know, like I said, I pick them up, drop them off, feed them, cook, make sure they take baths, and I have all girls. So yes, there's things that she does. Like I can't do their hair. She's gonna always have to do their hair unless we pay to get it done. But it's not it's never in an extreme sense. I mean, if you're with a man that does nothing, that says more about you and the type of man that you choose to be with than it does about the man that's lacking that you decide to have kids with. And it's almost like what Kevin Samuels was saying about women in the workforce. A lot of women feel like the way men approach grinding, let's say in the early 20s or in the 20s is for failing. You get knocked on your butt, you get back up. And then when you get in your 30s, you get your career. And then after 35, you start making more money. Then, all right, where's the wife at? We can have kids. That's why men don't care if a woman works at Walgreens or Walmart or Kmart. Because men are usually at 35, they start to climb that ladder and look, I'm established, I can start a family. Women try to do that and it doesn't work. So they will go to college, they will get in the debt, they will get the career, they will climb the ladder. Then at 35 and 38, they're looking around, it's like, all right, I want this family. But it doesn't work like that for them. And that's what they're starting to find out. Men can always have kids. We can put that off for 10 to 15 years and just focus on what we need to do and then create a family. But women, in their quest to attain the same type of equality that men have, feel like they can take that same route. And when they get to the end, they're looking around and they're seeing that the men their age don't want women their age. They want women about 6 to 7 years younger. But those women can't get those type of men because they're going to have to date down. And if they do date down, that means that they're not going to be able to get a man with the type of money that they're making. So they're left in this type of limbo situation where they're damned if they do and they're damned if they don't. And they've gone too far to turn back because Father Time has caught up to them.
Sir,
Can I respond to that?
absolutely. Let me just make a statement on what he said about fathers pitching in. We do talk so much in these spaces about the extremes. Let me tell you, I take my kids to school every day and I pick them up. I took them all their sports. I was last night, late as hell in gymnastics, right? Because my wife get off late, right? So it's like, it's over. The irresponsibility or mutiny of men is overrepresented. I don't even think it exists. And even things like the school picnic or parents picnic, and pretty like dad's in there by himself, wife not even there, both parents there. Like, who do y'all think we are in society to where y'all think we don't care about the children at all? And I think the one thing that people need to understand is that simply because women work, men have to step up in all kind of ways. It was when women primarily worked in the house or worked in the area around the home and men worked in factories and mostly in mines and stuff, that a man would be gone 16 hours out of the day. That is not how men work anymore. Men work with their brains. Men work at home. Men do all type of things that allow them the ability to participate heavily in the lives of their children. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Go ahead and respond, PH Diva.
So the data doesn't support that. So, research is showing that even like married women, if they work outside the home, they basically have 2 full-time jobs. And then we see, like, anecdotally, there are women now who are talking about being married single mothers, right? So I'm in a group with thousands of Black women who want, the soft life, whatever. And several of them have, talked about how most of the vast majority of the responsibility is on them for, maintaining the home and, rearing the children. So, one thing is that, men, get your wives a housekeeper. That could solve a lot of problems. Yeah, pay for a housekeeper. And the men shaking their head. No. But the other thing is, women, you're not going to like age or price yourself out of the market. Bezos is one of the richest men in the world. He's 59, and the woman he left his wife for is 53. So, the data shows that most men are with women who are in their same age range. There aren't these, huge, age gaps for most relationships. So, no need to rush. And the other thing is, a lot of women are now deciding that they do not want children. I have a friend who at 34 years old found a doctor to tie her tubes. And so now the doctors are doing that. And so increasingly women are deciding that they don't want children. Okay. And so
that's true.
All right, because I know, no, fellas, hold it back. Yeah. I know we about to. But
so that was just my point. Like, women are deciding that they do not want children.
Got the mic.
Please, I'm sorry. I was
no
speaking.
worries. You good. Okay,
calm down. Go ahead. And so, the aging out of being able to have children is, a concern for some women and not for others. So I think it's just important for women to decide where they are with respect to wanting children or not. The earlier you can come to a decision on that, the better off you'll be.
All right, bet.
Mike, can I just say one thing? Just one thing real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Do you have the receipts on the fact that the men ain't doing what they need to do in the house? Because there's a report out that say Black men are some of the best fathers out there. So that means to me they're doing a lot of stuff. So if there's some conflicting stuff to say women are doing so much in the house because their guys are just sitting down there eating popcorn and playing video games. I'd like to read that.
That's
you know
absolutely
you know
not what I said. Okay.
Well, no, the worst part of the other statistics about women is that they're all self-reported. So that's the bad part. But so we take that with a grain of salt. But PhD, stick around.
Yeah, I'm not against you, by the way. I just want to say that I'm not against what you're saying. I'm not against. I just want to make sure I'm not an enemy.
Let me
that's fine. Can I say that father study was also self-report? Just FYI.
No, it wasn't. Yes, I'm sorry.
The CDC study was self-report. The men were reporting how much time they spend with their children. And if we read it all the way, we know that it was fathers who were primarily in the home with their children. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily referencing the CDC study. I'm going to get the other study that I looked at.
I was.
Yeah. All right. Who was next? All right. What's up, Dusto? What you got for us? Less dust, more. Yeah, I know you got a brain to use. Use your brain.
No, I play fair, or I try to. But y'all notice a couple things that she said. It's the implied message that women are making all this money, and then they're getting these struggling dudes that they're just struggling. They all work at AutoZone part-time. No, women always make more. Men make more than money. Men make more money than women. That's all races. You said there's this field you work in, and there's there's women making all the money, and they got these dudes struggling at home. And then the question is, do women burn themselves out? You're telling me you left your job for 2 years based on racism? Really? That sounds like burnout.
It absolutely wasn't. I left and then COVID started, so I didn't want to go back. And I knew that I could always get a job. It was the luxury of being able to not work for 2 years, which most people don't have.
But you said also you could go and work could go without working for 2 years, but the other women are struggling because the men ain't making no money. So the narrative you're painting is women got all this money, dudes ain't making nothing. Or when you marry a dude, somehow the income goes down, and then you're both struggling, and the woman got to make more. It doesn't add up.
I didn't say that. I said two separate things. I said most men need a woman to work. And then I said in my field, women tend to earn, good salaries. And so a lot of times they are having to marry men because there's not a lot of men who make 150, 200, 250. And so if they want to be married, then they marry men who may or may not earn less. Some women marry men who are in the field. And so they would have somebody with a commensurate income.
Okay, that's somewhat fair, but at the end of the day, well, I'm not gonna go into that one. But women not having kids, most of them already got kids. 60-something% already got kids, and most of them don't have none. So who are these women saying we don't want kids when they already got them?
Younger men.
Most men don't have kids. Most women do have kids.
That's
so younger women are making that decision.
Actually, younger women are making a decision to put out kids with ghost dad. Scroll up their Instagram and Facebook. They're pregnant.
Another fact.
Doing the splits, hanging on a pole, all up in East Africa by the mountains. Scroll up the timeline. 3 years, there's no man in sight. 300 messages. Congratulations, girl. You're going to make a good mama. No man nowhere to be found. I'm seeing this.
That's not my feed.
That's not your what?
That's not my feed.
That's not your what?
My feed. You said scroll up Instagram. That's not my feed. Well, I'm not on Instagram to be for one, but the social media sites that I am on, that's not my feed.
No, I'm using an example because it's something I know people can relate to. I'm seeing this almost once a month. And it's ones that I know that are actually even pretty enough to go get a man. They're choosing to go get ghost dad, and they're pregnant. I'm seeing it like once a month. I'm just saying. No dude nowhere to be found. Not even at dinner table. Hey man, we going to hang out. Not even to the movies. No man nowhere to be found. But how you get pregnant? That means it was raw dog Ronnie, or she made a choice. And these are ones who can get good men or qualify for them. I'm just being real.
Cool.
Oh my God,
We're
you're
gonna
making my point.
let me get because I got a lot of questions on the broadcast, so let me get everybody to get their introduction. Let's try to keep it about a minute, and then we'll get into the questions and let everybody on the panel go around.
I had one more. Can I get one more quick point in?
One more, real quick. Go ahead.
One thing she did say was true. Is shit, I forgot.
No worries. We'll come back.
It was something decent.
Hey,
that's
what's up?
what it was. I know what it was. Just talking about the men asking women not to work. This is a YouTube talking point. Every man ain't a high value man or making all this money for his woman not to be working. But this dude's coming in here making $33,000 a year saying, we don't care about a woman's money. They wrong. You gonna care come first to the money. If you ain't making the money, you're gonna need the woman's money. The higher the income the dude makes, the less money required or needed by the woman. And all the dudes ain't making all this money. But all the women ain't making it either. But still, it should just be, look, you know how much you make. You know what your household looks. If you're some kind of leader, put it together and make the money work. You and the woman.
We're definitely gonna get into that in the next few questions. King, good morning. How you doing? You got something for us on the topic?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's going on, Trigger Mike? Congratulations on the show, man. This is
I
good.
appreciate that.
Yeah, man, you deserve this, my guy. You
I appreciate
definitely deserve this. Yeah, man, but this is a very, very, very interesting topic that we are talking about right now. And this whole, and to answer the question, it's a very simple answer. One word answer at that is sex. Because what do we all know? In 2023, what is women gonna give you? They gonna give you that ass. They gonna give that up. And what does that a lot of the times create? It creates children, right? And it is forcing women, it is forcing women to burn themselves out. Why? Because they have no other choice. They have to work. They have to support their child. And a sad part about it is that on a large scale, on a much, much, much too large scale, they're having children with men who ain't worth shit. So they have no choice. The men that they are picking, willingly picking, right? Just like my guy said, they can get with somebody who's decent. They can get with somebody who's good. They can get with somebody who has willing, who has good employment or some type of employment, but that is not the on not enough big scale, that is not the type of men women are out here choosing. So it's sex. But we all know, statistically speaking, the majority of women are having sex. Who are they having sex with? Right? And we all know the majority of women have children. Right? Yep. Who are they having children with? Right? And it is forcing them, and it is forcing them to have to get up at 5 a.m. and get their kids ready for school and, go warm the car up and go to work, right? Because they have to take care of those children, right? But who are they choosing to give their bodies to? He just said it. My guy just said it. You scroll up on social media, they're popping out these damn babies. They popping them out. They choosing a dusty, but guess what? The man ain't nowhere to be found. He a ghost dad. Ain't that what you just called it? He a ghost.
That would be ghost dad.
He a ghost dad. But they're choosing that. So if they are burnt out, yes, that is a self-inflicted wound. Why? Because they are choosing whom to give their wounds to. Right? So it's sex. To me, it's definitely sex.
Hey, that's a point right there. Huge point. Thank you. And we're gonna dive deeper into that with these questions. I think everybody gone. All right. Already? Bet. So let's get to these super chats real quick. The Gemini, $5. I appreciate it. I knew I vibe with this brother. I salute fellow veteran brother. Oh, that's me. Bang, bang, bang. Here, all ears. Keep dropping gems. Salute, my guy. Jeffrey Woodland, I appreciate it. My man, Army vet, showing love to my military brother. I ain't gonna hold it against you that you was Army. I was the Navy. But brothers in arms, service members, I appreciate it. AP, my man, my guy, I appreciate it. That's my dude right there. Clement Gray, $2. Always appreciate your support, man. Genesis 3:16 is the real problem with women today. I think you said that yesterday, and you were right then, you're right now. And T, $5. I appreciate that. Value to a man's life and household is a lot more than just a job and money. True words spoken there. Hey, listen, keep dropping those super chats on this particular topic. I think y'all have a lot to say, a lot of insight, and a lot of perspective. A lot of y'all are going through this situation with your woman or your wife right now. We are all kind of in the same 10-year age group. Sorry, marriage, politics, and sports. Mine is marriage, politics, and sports, but he has so much game to give us on this topic. We're going to keep it going. So I got a question, and then we're going to go around the panel and answer. PhD, are you still there? All right. Yeah, she probably
I'm
still
here.
there. So I want to know, where are my notes? All right. Why are women blaming the burnout on men? That might be a stupid question, but why are women starting to blame their burnout, I know, on men?
She blamed it
Mr.
on
Walker.
racism, but go
We're
ahead.
going to start with Mr. Walker.
I do. Okay. Why do I believe that women are blaming said burnout on men? Because, like someone said earlier, I do believe that a lot of these post sisters are choosing nug in them. They are choosing, I guess the on the other end of the spectrum, as far as high value men, they choosing a low value man, because there ain't no way in heck I'm gonna sit here and watch my wife struggle to do anything, regardless of what the income is. It's all about it's gotta start good. You can't. I don't know why people be getting married. This is just me. I have no idea. But golly, every time I hear these stories, it takes me aback about how these women say, "Oh, I got this guy. He don't do this. He don't do anything." And why would you choose that man? But we got to take some accountability. They have to take some accountability in the man that they're choosing. They just must. I actually went as far as back to ask my wife. I said, "What made you choose me back in college when I was a knucklehead and rough around the edges?" And she says, "Because you had a goal, you had a vision." She asked the right questions. I was not always this man. That's for daggone show. You got to take some accountability. Kendra G just said it the other day. She said her father told her if she goes through life and takes accountability for everything that happens to her, she'll be okay. And look at Kendra G today. She ain't doing too bad driving around in that Bentley. Accountability is powerful. So I believe it's just lack of accountability why they're, saying that their husbands or their significant other is the reason for their burnout. We must choose better. We got to take some accountability in the mates that we choose.
Yeah. And one thing I forgot to do, facts, by the way, Mr. Walker, I forgot to give my answer on why. Well, I gave it in the monologue, but I wanted to touch on something because I think it was Flex Henry that might have said something that prompted me to write something extra. Women are burned out because they don't delight. When they're talking about burnout, we know as men, jobs are going to burn you out. We got to go anyway. So that's the way we look at it. That's our mindset as men. Women are actually burned out for the same reason, because work is stressful. We men, we know that. But their mindset is off. That's why women no longer delight in the joy of serving their family. The women that have a mindset that family is the most important, they don't talk about their stress the same way. They don't talk about burnout the same way, because it is their joy and pleasure to serve their family. They will do it when they're tired. They will do it when they're damn near asleep. They will start to develop ways to help themselves because they want to keep experiencing the joy of service. Maybe it's a little too much for me. I do got to go to work, but maybe I can get my mama to come over a few times a week. Maybe my sister can come over and we just do dinner at each other's house. They start to think, when women have the correct mindset, they start to solve problems. The issue is that they're too masculine minded. They're trying to be like men. So their mind is at the job and not at home. They can't solve any problems at home because they want to solve problems at the job. That's what I'm noticing. This burnout, we understand that it's real from the job perspective. How do you manage the home perspective? That is primarily your responsibility. That's a question I have for the women. Please put it in the chat if you have a mature answer to it. We're going to get to Mr. Marriage, Politics, and Sports. Why are women blaming their burnout on men? Mike is muted.
Yeah, you guys can hear me now. I bet. One of the things I just think is that we're in this echo chamber, and women tend to listen to other women about things that's going on. And once they start getting their heads shaken, it's like no other voice gets in. And, you know, I hate to say it, you know, women blame a lot of things on what's going on with them as opposed to their own self-accountability. But I just think what's going on with the ladies is that it's a natural, chaotic kind of thing. And when no men are around to put order to the chaos, it just kind of spins out of control. And with feminism and with this so-called emasculation of men for the last few generations, and Western men too, if there's anything I could be mad at the white man for, is for their acquiescence to letting this shit get this far. Okay, because there are natural roles for men and women. There just are, and and there's some crossover, and there's some like the sister said, there should be some give and take. If you expect your wife to go out to work and have the alpha men chase her around the desks, you got to make sure you do your part at home. And all the brothers I know, you know, they're equal participants at home. Now I don't know exactly all the stuff that they do, but you know, they're still married. A lot of them are. Like me, I've been married for 35 years, and my wife, I don't have any undue burdens on her in the household. You know, when the kids were young, I got 2 girls, you know, she had to do a little bit more, right? Because I'm not going to be in the bathroom with them. But, you know, we wash our own clothes because we have different time clocks. And when my kids got old enough to wash their clothes, we taught them how to use the washing machine and wash their own clothes. Right? So I clean my own cubby holes, my man cave. I don't ask her to clean that. And I cook, you know, I do a lot of cooking. So she doesn't have to be that burden. And she didn't have to work for the last 35 years either. But because when I got married, I'm going to get back to the point. One of the things about women and their money, it didn't matter how much money my wife made, because no matter what, I had to be responsible when the man knocked on the door. So I had in my mind that I don't care how much money you make, it's up to me to make sure our family is successful, because nobody's going to ask you a question if our family falls apart. They're going to blame it on me. It's my responsibility to lead. I didn't ask her to be the leader. I just assumed it. You know, that's me. That's my responsibility. And so men have abdicated a lot of their responsibility and put that burden on their woman. And of course, women try to, you know, they get in the men's face a lot. Black men been conditioned to acquiesce and to bow down to black women, because a lot of them were raised by single mothers. So when the women charge them up, they, you know, even the toughest guys, like they get into a cocoon and act like they don't have no backbone. I mean, they'll beat some man to death, but when a woman, little 2-foot tall woman, screams at them, they like fall like cheap suits. There's too many guys like that out there. You know, so, and women inadvertently have put themselves in a position where they want to be like men. So here you have it. You know, if you tell people for 30, 40 years, I got my own car, I got my own money, I got this, and I don't need a man, they're starting to see that men are saying, okay, uncle, you don't need me. I'll do something else. I'll go somewhere else. You're on your own. And now all those burdens are on the women. I mean, it sounds kind of crazy, but I think that's what's happening. And then the second thing, black men are starting to get more discernment. We're starting to put standards on what we want. You know, a lot of guys, if men talk to me, I tell them, hey, listen, if you want a woman that has A, B, C, and D, feminine, you know, fit to whatever, you know, standard that you like, whatever educational level, but she's domesticated, those are the ones you go for. If she's not, if you don't want a woman with kids, you got to keep searching. So, I mean, women are on their own, especially black women. They've been fed a lot of bull crap And I think they ate too much of the sauce. And now they got to, kind of live with it. Got Dr. Umar Johnson trying to charge up all the men who have anything worth to give to go back to the neighborhood and start saving people. Right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you heard him say that.
I heard him say it, and I was like, "What?"
So
want
Mr. Let Go is kind of like that too.
He wanted the cream of the crop.
Right.
He said, "Black professional men." Do you not understand what a black professional man is to society in general, and all he has access to? And you told that dude to go back to the hood and get a single mother to go marry. I couldn't believe it when I heard it. I had to rewind it.
Well, let me add something though, Trigger Mike. Again, black men have always been willing stepdads. Always, through the ages. Nobody could take that away from us. Now,
by our own choice, though.
By our own choice. But now that we have a little bit more discerning, and the women have moved further to their feminist, tropes, it's hard to be a stepdad knowing that you don't have no authority over the kids.
Yeah.
You don't have no say in what's going on in the crib. And, and this is extreme probably, but the baby mama is probably getting bust down by one of her alpha men who gave her the kid.
So let me say this, and then we gotta let me say this because I think you touched on it a little bit. I think the idea of the stepdad in general, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. It's what's wrong with the person that you're gonna eventually marry. That's what changed the outlook. That's what changed the vision of being a stepdad. So, like I said, if women were going to men. And remember that it was the concept of like the kinsman redeemer. First off, women were single for way more biblical reasons back then. Husbands dying in war. Right. Husbands dying, period, at work, all this type of stuff. That man went into that home to redeem that woman. And that woman submitted that entire house to that man to say, this is your house now. These are your kids now. You discipline them as you see fit. I would submit to your will and in this household. That's what used to constitute the concept of stepdad.
Right.
It is not what you cannot expect a man to want to do that today, where you're gonna have kids in your own house that you pay for telling you you're not their daddy.
Exactly.
I could never.
Good. I mean, we don't. I mean, there's just give and take there. I mean, there's some successful stepdads even in today, but and I just hesitate to say on the internet, this echo chamber kind of leans towards almost everything is bad, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be true. It's just kind of a microcosm of what's really going on out in the diaspora, right? So, but it's enough that it's statistically significant that being a stepdad ain't a good thing, and maybe even being a stepmom ain't a good thing, even though the kids are usually with the woman, right? So,
got you.
I got it.
All right. Let me get the question. We're gonna come to you right after. PhD, are you there?
I'm here.
Me?
All right. So, I'm sure you've heard some women say that their burnout is from lack of help from the male in their life.
Mm-hmm.
What say you about that? Why do women blame their burnout on men?
So, well, I guess I'm thinking like I haven't really heard many women put it in those terms, but if women are complaining about being like married single mothers or having to do everything themselves, I guess that would be the same thing. And so I'm not sure why they would blame that on men. I think it was Mr. Walker said that women have to, if you're with a man like that, you have to accept responsibility for having, chosen a man like that. And I totally agree. One thing that I can say is many Black women's self-esteem is compromised. And so they don't really have many standards where a man is concerned. So as long as he has a penis and a pulse, they're willing to see where it goes. Right. And so, and many of us, our self-worth is tied to our relationship with a man. And so I guess that might be, you know, one thing that would lead them to those relationships. But then, you know, on the back end, once you're in that, why you would blame it on the other person rather than acknowledging that you have, you know, choices in that matter and can still make different choices. That I'm not exactly sure about. So yeah. But, you know, with the divorce rate, apparently women are making choices.
Got you. You know, I want to respond to something you said where you said you don't understand why women would blame it on the men. And I'm kind of developing a hypothesis here. Everybody in the panel and on the chat, you know, think about it, ponder on it. So one of the biggest YouTube talking points is that women don't take accountability. Accountability is like kryptonite to women. But then I also started to realize that I believe it's biological that women cannot take accountability when men are present. I think you naturally know that we are the more dominant. I'm not saying it's something that I favor. I'm saying that I believe women actually cannot take accountability in the presence of men. It's like a switch that get turned off. It's like they expect us to take all the blame for everything. They want equal glory when it's time to hand out the medals. But the second it's time for blame, they're going to stand behind us and say, you got this, king. You are my king. You may lead us through this fire because I'm not trying to get burned. Right? So I think they're biologically incapable of taking accountability in the presence of men. And I think that's that mental block they have, which leads them into like stupid relationships and blaming people for their transgressions and stuff. Dusto, what you got on it? Why do women blame men for their burnout?
Yeah, I'll try to do 2 points. I'll try to be quick. Shut the mic. The accountability thing.
Hold on real quick. CEO DMP, cam up real quick so I know it's you. Gotcha.
As an equal opportunity duster, I dust off the women and the men. Women aren't taking accountability. It's the white man's fault. It is the black man's fault. It's somebody else's fault. Yes, we know this. Men, don't be present to listen to have that conversation. It's a waste of time. However, I'm starting to hear a trend of the men talking about it's the woman's fault. And then you ask them who's the leader, the man or the woman? Because it's supposedly this new thing where, well, you see, if we go and the woman gets pregnant and then we don't want the baby, then it's her job to get rid. Okay. So you as a leader said, hey, follow me into this bedroom. I'm going to give you this work. Then all of a sudden she became the leader to get rid of the thing because of the system and all that you signed up and walked her into. So it's men and women not wanting accountability. It's men competing to be women, women competing to be men. And neither one of them want anything. And somehow it was the white man's fault for what he did in 1426. And he ain't trying to hear it either. He's like, yeah, that's cool and all. But no, just now. And I wanted to go back to something Richard Propane was talking about. He was saying the men aren't stepping up to be stepfathers. The men are stepping up. They want this. No, they don't. Top 20% men, yeah, they're asking for something better. But most of them are running after the very woman that they complain about, chasing after them, flying up and down the interstate.
Oh, damn, big facts.
They're saying all this stuff. Oh, I want a submissive housewife. But where are they at? The parking lot at a Nation of Wigwam meeting, chasing after the married one. Or you ask them, you want to get married? No, marriage because of the system. So you don't want marriage. So what woman do you want if you don't want a wife? 15 members of the Nation of Wigwam, out of control. And they're flying up, competing and fighting for these women, but saying they want something better. Actions speak louder than words. That's the women and the men. Women saying, well, no, we want the men doing it. No, they don't. Look at their cell phone and ask them the last 5 dudes they went out with.
So I definitely agree to some extent. The only part, and I think Marriage, Politics, and Sports touched on this, is that we always confuse a percentage of men with all men, right? I don't believe that there are any more Dusties that exist today, percentage-wise, than have ever existed in history.
No,
Women just knew better. Women just knew better than to fraternize with those men.
Big facts.
That's the difference. Like, look in any society there has been what's been called the untouchables, the unmarriageables, the men you don't even talk to them. That's the difference. So when you talk about, I say it all the time. When women say men should take accountability, accountability is built into the system for men. Men cannot escape accountability. So when you actually want to hold a man accountable, you got to ask, what type of man is this to begin with? Is he a lion or a sheep? Lions don't concern themselves with the actions of sheep nor the opinions of them. So if you come to me and say, Trigger Mike, my brother, whom is another lion, is effing up out here. He messing around with his wife. He doing all this type of stuff. I'm on his ass. No questions asked. But if you come to me telling me what the hell a sheep ass dude is doing, none of my concern. That's what women are doing today in society. None of my concern. So appreciate that. Stick around, Dusto. King drop down. Flex Henry, what do you got? Why do women blame their burnout on men?
It's just when it's like I said before, when women want to assume the roles that men actually, you know what? I'll run it back. About 10 years ago, I was in college and I took an anthropology class, and they predicted that we would be where we are now because the more women partake in the workforce, the less jobs there are available to men. Therefore, the less available men to work, the less selection of men you have to choose from. So by just by working, the selection of men that will be able to have a decent income to contribute to a household lessens. And the more women climb the ladder, someone has to get knocked off that ladder. So with that being said, they can't depend on men like they could in the 60s because men were more in the workforce than women were. But now since they want the equal right to work, that means they have to take the equal accountability, which is, like you said, it's impossible for them to do because they're looking around and the pool of men has shrunk and shrunk and shrunk. The cream is always going to rise to the top, so you're always going to have that 20%. But the problem is there's just that 20%, but there's more women. That's why a lot of women say, listen, I make six figures. I want a man that makes six figures or more. Well, the man that makes those six figures, he's not looking for that woman that makes six figures or more because there's a mindset that comes with that. So there needs to be someone to point a finger at. I've worked this hard. Now I've got to keep working because I don't have a man to depend on where I can take a year off or 6 months off because now I'm the sole provider. I got to keep working and maintain this lifestyle I have. And there are men that are married and they have their wives that come to them and like, hey, I'm tired of working. I need to take some time off. All right, babe, I'll just pick up another job. I'll take care of it until you're ready to work. Well, a lot of these women, they don't have that to rely on. That's what it is.
All right.
Oh, I gotta cook on this.
All right, we're gonna go to the AP next. He hasn't spoken. I know you got some stuff for us. Why do women blame their burnout on men? And I know you wanted to talk about men's accountability, so this could be the question that you answer that.
Okay, so there are several things. Number one, we are 3 generations into 30% single parent homes, right?
70%.
So we have a 7. Wait. The stat I looked up yesterday, because I heard you say it yesterday, I was like, I don't think that's high. I don't think it's that high. And I looked it up, and it was actually 30%. It could be 70% in the black community, 30% overall. And that's the number.
In the black community, it's 70%. I'm sorry. Okay. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
So we are 3 generations into that, right? That means we are 3 generations into women programming boys and girls. That's the number one thing that I think needs to be looked at, because we want to blame. It's easy to blame women, and they have a lot of blame in this, especially adopting this feminist ideology. But where were our elders during generations. Second, when you are courting a female, when you're moving in a direction to be married as a man, we have to do a better job. We have to do a better job of explaining exactly what we want and exactly what we need from her. So in regards to the workplace, if the average man is making 45 and the average woman is making 42, depending on the lifestyle you want to keep up, yeah, both of y'all are gonna need to work, which means both of you guys are going to need to split the duties at home. That's just the way it is, and from what I can tell on the guys on the panel is we don't just sit around. Like I literally switched high schools so that I could coach my son at his high school. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think any of us sit idle, which is a narrative that needs to stop from these women. That needs to end, that we come home and sit on our ass. I don't get an opportunity. I might get an hour to be able to sit, decompress before it's time to go with whatever's going on at home. Since I'm the one, I'm just looking at me personally and the people that are in my circle. The men I know, we've all gone to college. We've all got our degrees. Most of us are the ones who help tutor our own kids.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm just talking about my circle. I can't speak for Bonquisha and Pookie. I can't speak for them two. Bonquisha needs to quit picking Pookie, and the problem is she kind of raised him. Like let's be real. We're three generations in. She raised that dude. I myself was raised. So from the age of 6 to the age of 14, I was just with my mom because my dad did. He was in the military, decided to traffic narcotics, ended up going to jail, and that's not something you do in the military, especially as a military police officer. Anyway, once he got out, I split time. So my story and journey is a little bit different, but men have to step up also. We have to communicate. We have to say, hey, see, I make way more than the average. So I can say, look, if you want to work, you work for lifestyle money. Meaning, if we go on a trip, we can use your money. If you want to go get that $1,000 bag, use your money. But I'm taking care of everything else. I'm taking care of the car insurance. I'm taking care of the car payments. I'm taking care of the rent. I'm taking care of everything inside the home. So if you work, that money is like don't include that in what I got going on. So she actually has her own account, and I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. But you, as an individual man, have to set the standard and the boundary with your woman and quit blaming women. If a woman that's not for you, leave her ass alone. Like we talk a lot about women wanting money and they want this kind of lifestyle. A woman's greatest currency, her favorite currency, is attention. Don't give her the attention. Don't hit the like. Don't get to her whatever the naked picture side of her Instagram is called. I forget what it's called. Don't do that.
You know,
Move
ain't
like
nobody
a
gonna
man.
stop doing that. You know they're not gonna stop doing that.
I know we're not, and that's part of the problem. That is part of the problem. That's kind of what gives them. Well, if you can't supply this, well, fuck it. I'll fly your ass out here, bust you down, and send you home. Like, is that what you really want? But they find out, as we've been discussing, as they get older, that's not what they want. So what we can do is train our daughters to not be that girl, to be active in their lives, so that we can try to end this cycle. That is basically what we can do, and ignore the women that we don't want. That's just the bottom line. And yes, they're burnt out, most of them, because we're 3 generations in of being taught to work because you can't rely on a man. And that's what they know. That's the programming that's inside of them right now. And if you can't work to deprogram them, we can't fix it. So just ignore them and move to somebody that fits what you want.
Nice. CEO DMP, good morning, man. Thanks for stopping by again.
Oh,
good morning. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
All right.
Why do women blame men for their burnout?
I feel a little like it's a little deeper than something that can just be explained or expressed real quickly. But generally, coming from my side, from my angle, I believe that there's somewhat of an agenda that has been going on to kind of empower women. And I would even say in some shapes and forms to destabilize the Black family, and that they're simply falling for it. They're being giving, it's almost like they've been told that they can do whatever they want to, however they want to. And if anything goes wrong, blame it on the Black men, because that's what society in America has been taught to do. Everything's our fault. If something's not right, it's because we're slacking, we're not competent, we're not capable. I believe that they have bought into that, and they're going out here, and initially they were like a carrot on a stick. They were fooled into believing that they could just participate in society and everything would run smoothly. They got that. They realized that the person who tricked them into this tricked them. You know what I'm saying? They done bit off more than they can chew. They don't want this responsibility. They don't want this power. But now they got, on one side, they got their sisterhood. And they're trying to keep up this facade, this face that women can do what men can do. And a lot of these sisters want to bail out and admit that they can't, but they don't want to let down, you know what I'm saying, the code. They don't want to let the sisterhood code go down. So everybody's been taught, do what you want to do however you can. And if all else fails, blame the Black man. And I feel like that's what they're doing. Rather than just admitting we've said too much, we bit off more than we can chew, we made some mistakes, we want to come back and fix it. They've been taught, they've been programmed, they kind of been led that direction that, hey, everything that you do wrong, you can clean it up with just saying it's the Black man's fault. Nobody will deny that. Everybody will accept that, and that'll allow you to kind of slide up under the radar, kind of keep it pushing with this falsehood that's going on. So that's generally the direction I feel like that should go.
Hey, that was a profound general answer. I don't know if you caught my opening monologue, but I said that's really what it is. Not only did feminism trick them into it, and we have to note that Black women had no business following white women into feminism. I want every Black woman in the chat to name me one law a Black man wrote to oppress a Black woman. I'll wait. You likely won't find it. You're likely going to struggle. You had no business following white people into feminism. You didn't. All right. So that more so is what I believe. It was a trick. They were told, and now they actually want to bail out. They're like, this is not what I thought it was going to be. And this is not a man's opinion either. You've heard me say that the average the career span of a female corporate lawyer is 5 years. She went to school, undergrad for 4, law school for 3 at least, clerked for 2, but it's done with the career in 5? It's not adding up, because they're just realizing that I really don't want to do this. I can't do this and have the family the way I thought, right? Because they are natural nurturers. They want to be there for the children. Even when you do the role reversal, like we talked about yesterday, do you think a woman can sit there watching pictures of her kids get sent to her, and the dad in the picture with all the moms like, hey, this is fun, hey, our kids are achieving, and not be a part of that while she at work? Hell no. A majority of women in society cannot sit there and do that. It's not what they were made for. All right. So, man, appreciate that. King, what's going on? You there?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, let me know. Let me know something. Why do women blame their burnout on men?
Man, I've been holding this shit in. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You know, my guy.
Hold on real quick. John the Baptist, cam up real quick so I know it's you. My man. All right, sorry about that. Go ahead, King.
That's all right. That's all right. So my guy AP was talking about men need to step up. No, the hell they don't. No, they don't. Because there is one thing that can solve all these problems. One thing. With great power comes great responsibility. Women have the ultimate power. And we all know what that power is. If you want to get rid of dusty ass dudes, women can wipe them out overnight if they stop effing them. Men will rise to the equation. You have men who kill over that. You have men who stalk over that. If women put out the standard that you have to become the best version of yourself and being a damn Pookie or a Ray Ray is not acceptable, and you ain't getting it, you don't think men are going to rise to the equation?
No.
They are going to rise. We are going to respond. Yes, they are. If women stopped doing that one damn thing, and put some standards on that, you overnight wipe out Pookies and Ray Rays. That's
my question. My question to you is: are you trying to go after the same women that the Pookie and Ray Rays are going after? Is that those the women that you want? I mean, let's be real now.
I'm so happy. I am so happy that you just walked into that trap. Okay. Excuse me, sir. You know, we just heard that you know, you just saw, you know, what the hell is the city girl name?
Young
Carisha,
Miami.
Young Miami, right? Young Miami. You have, the city girl leader, Meg Thee Stallion, right? All of these boss chicks, right? They only deal with women, with men of a certain caliber, right? Or that's what they say, right? That's what they're putting out there to all the women, right? Boss up, sis. If he ain't got no money, don't mess with him, sis. So so if you have the majority of women now saying, or who are all going after, right, a very small percentage of the men, right? Why the hell does the men have to change? They have the abundance, and it is caused by women. They now have the options. If you are a man of a certain economic status, a la what Kevin Samuels was always preaching, why do you have to change if the women are giving that to you? They're handing it over. So it's not about us picking these women who are, picking women who pick like that, right? It's not about that. It's about the power that they have and the power that they are giving to men and the power that they can take away from men.
Yeah,
So,
King, you just proved my point.
Hold on, King and Dusto. So I know the pushback is going to come from this. So I want to say this early. We actually have absolutely no historical data to say that you can actually change, that men can change the minds of other men. We have never in history had that data. Most men will say, get with these brothers, change their minds, and get them to stop making certain choices. That is not how you do that. You restrict access to these men. Yes, sir. Usually you do that by restricting the access to women. That's what fathers did. I remember I said de-discipline has never existed in society, and we need to stop doing it. Bring me right now in any black school, bring me the male virgins that are virgins by choice. You'll struggle. You de-discipline does not exist. What existed was lack of access to what you wanted to do. That's what he's talking about. So what I'm saying, and wait, hold on. What I'm saying to his point is, if you want overnight, women can actually knock out all the dusties. And what we need to do, and unfortunately women aren't going to like this, if you want men to stop making certain decisions, you restrict the limitations of the men or the women. You tell them these are the consequences if you do this behavior, and you'll watch all this stuff dissipate. We have no historical data to say men can go to other men and ask them to change anything about themselves based on their own psychological choice to change. That's never happened in history. You have to do something.
You're calling for women to then be the leaders that the men claim that they are?
No. So you remember,
that is what you
That's
said.
crazy.
Hold on.
That is
PhD,
crazy.
hold
That's
on,
what you implied.
No, I didn't
That is
imply
a-
that. Remember what I said. Women aren't going to like it. Restrict your access. I'm still the leader. Because
What the
when
hell
I
did
say,
that have to do with
hold on,
being a
watch this
leader?
PhD,
Mhm.
and everybody who's doubting what I'm saying. If I tell you Medicaid, no emergency Medicaid for that child you decided to have out of wedlock, you're going to stop. That's going to cut a percentage. If I told you you get no check, I don't care, and the children is the property of the father if you have it, you're going to stop. Watch. Take away their rights. Y'all will stop. That's what I'm talking about. Somebody got to
Big
lose
facts.
something. Somebody
Well, I
got to
agree
be
with that part.
That's
eliminated.
not women
That's
restricting
me leading
access.
you. As
Right.
soon as I take away my entitlement of you, you're going to act right. That's
And
the
that's
way the world
fine.
works.
But that's not what he was saying. He was saying that women should restrict access from men to women. And so basically you're asking for the women to then become the leaders because they're the ones who are in charge of altering or changing the men's behavior rather than the men. And so if you are a leader, you are supposed to be able to influence the people who you are leading. And so if you're asking the women to then take on that role of influencing the men to change their behavior, that seems out of order or inconsistent.
Actually, PhD, but I think he's not asking. Hold on. He's not asking for women to do anything other than what they've already done. Do you realize the one thing in this equation that we never talk about? We never talk about women securing their indulgence. How the hell are we supposed to have a society? Let me tell you something. Let's be real about this. PhD, but I want to know what you think. Do men die in the delivery room when women have babies?
No.
No. You're the one with the womb.
Right.
You're the one that could die. So you have more stake in what happens after the sex. So even in a common sense type of situation, you got to guard yourself a certain type of way.
Yes,
Yep.
but what you just laid out is women
Oh my God.
guarding ourselves for our own, safety, not women
What?
changing our behavior in order to influence men to change their behavior. So those are two different things. Like if I am, very concerned about my fertility because I know that, the maternal death rate for Black women in this country is worse than in many third world countries. That's one thing. So that's me focusing on my own, what health, but not me saying, oh, well, if I don't have sex with this type of men, then they're going to, become the best versions of themselves. Those are two different things.
No, so
Oh my God.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
So we're gonna respond to one last thing. So I definitely understand what you're saying, PhD. I definitely understand what you're
I
saying.
don't.
No, I get what she's saying, or at least what she's trying to say. The message you're trying to come across with.
I think it's
What
pretty
we're
clear
generally
myself.
saying is when you limit access to a drug dealer and you cancel his buyers out, he ain't got nowhere to sell his false hope to
Ain't got
anymore.
nothing.
Okay,
Done.
and
Or
if
take away the
women,
plug.
so I said women do have a stake. You're not leading men. You're doing what women have always traditionally done. Men do what you require. I want y'all to understand that me and Dusto, even though I'm pretty sure we're from the same area. If we went to elementary school together, we were not in the sandbox talking about what great husbands we were going to be when we grew up. No boys do that. It is that women require marriage. We want children eventually. And the woman that requires marriage, that's why we get married. That's why we become husbands. Men do what you require. So we're telling you to, before you give up all your value, require something for it. That's all we're saying.
But then you're also saying that women are the leaders then. Because if we're setting the standard and then y'all gonna jump through the hoops to meet it, then we're the one dictating, right? So, we have this narrative. So right now you're telling us, women, you set the standard, the men are going to do whatever they need to do in order to meet that standard so they can be with you.
So what I'm saying is that in a symbiotic relationship between men and women, men have ultimate accountability, but women also have a stake. Women have a stake in this too.
Women have a stake, but women have a stake in terms of our own self-interest, not in terms of changing men.
So not stop fucking.
And so
you don't have this.
The thing
not
is,
I'm
sorry.
Oh my
so
God,
a lot
this
of
is
times when y'all are talking about, well, I've heard in these spaces when they're talking about leadership, it's like, oh, the man should be on his purpose, and the woman, she comes and aligns with his purpose. But now that's not consistent with you telling women, okay, so you set, and then the man is going to do whatever he needs to do to meet the standard.
Yeah,
Oh, now we
can
got
I
Anna.
expand into something?
Anna, I was going to bring
understand
you
both
up.
sides.
All right, I'm
But
going to
go
let you respond. Anna, if you come back, I'll let you up. I just wanted to announce and put out a formal terrorist alert that Anna was in the back.
Okay.
And so, you know, when she come up, it's going to be full smoke. But go ahead, Dustin.
Yeah, I'll speak some sense before she comes up. I think, okay, this is what I heard. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm right, I'm right. But he was talking about the men receive the woman, right? Because the dudes are all after this almighty, praise the almighty booty. It's up here and the dudes are all drooling after it. That means you're giving power to women. Not even to women, you're giving power to vagina. That means men are slaves to the booty. That's what was implied. Now, hold on.
Right.
Yeah. If men are slaves to the booty, and the booty decides to inflate and say, you know what, this is the same sour vagina. Kids popped out of it, abused, one wall over there, one over there, 300 pounds. Let's be real. Most women don't have a lot of value. And they raise the price of that instead of becoming better women. That just makes the whole problem worse. Now they're charging 3 times the amount for the same sorry booty, and dudes are drooling all after it. How does that fix men and how does it fix women? But the very point, the vagina controls the market, means men are victims or they're slaves, they have no discipline, or women are the leaders because it's all about chasing after the vagina.
Hold on. Wait,
that's
because you're making the point, Dustin. You're making the point.
He literally made the whole point.
You literally made the point. Vagina. This is why I said limit access. I am the leader. I understand the way society works. The one thing that men have gone to war over with each other was some vagina.
Thank you.
You're absolutely right about the value of vagina. You're
hold on. One more point.
Yes.
Leaders control vagina. Vagina controls others. Therefore, the real leaders are at the top. Vagina is pulling all these suckers in and ragdolling them all up and down the street and up and down the interstate. And leaders are sitting back watching, man, look at that.
So you want to know the funny thing? So this is the thing we're talking about. Okay. This is why we try to separate. Hold on. This is why we try to separate the dusties from the upstanding men of society. Y'all realize y'all are only talking about the actions of a small percentage of men that decided to corrupt a group of women. So the funny thing is that, man, shout out. I got to do this. Shout out to all the upstanding men out there taking care of their kids. They got one woman or maybe even two that they in their house minding their own business because y'all never get recognized, right? Because the talking point in our community is always about the dudes that don't handle their business. And I know that's not you. And I want to shout y'all out because we never talk about the other 50% that aren't getting divorced, that are holding it down in the crib, right?
Hey, Sugar Mike, let me add something to this before we move on. One, two things could be true at the same time. I think the sister is right in a sense of back in my day, right, in the 70s and all that kind of stuff, right, you had to, I don't know, rob a Brinks truck to get some booty because women used to know how to say no. I'm not so sure that controlled men, but men had to do a lot of stuff to get laid, for sure. But this, I'm gonna give you a little analogy. Remember when we had segregation and we had a lot of black businesses and all that kind of good stuff. And then when segregation kind of waned, black people fled, and the first thing they wanted to do was spend their money with white people, right? And our businesses started to go down because the businesses might not have been of quality. When the white man created the pill and gave it to the woman, she women have sexual desires that were suppressed. That pill changed that. Right? And then feminism came on and it had the sex movement. And so women just started having sex. So it's not as hard now for men to have sex almost in any caliber. Right? You don't even have to be, if you're a dusty or a high value man, You're getting sex if you have the right attributes for a lot of women, right? So the Dusties get sex. I mean, I'm not talking about a dirty guy. Some of the daggone Dusties look handsome. They might be have the same size. They got some game. And women are horny as hell, man. A lot of people don't realize how horny women are. They think that because they've been trained to be like men, right? So the only thing women lose, the thing that women have to regain is to understand that when they have sex with a lot of men, they take on his energy. And women are like a capacitor. If you're stroking a whole lot of dudes, you get overloaded. And it lessens your ability to cleave to that man you want. Because you have too much experience. That's why women who have less experience tend to stick with their men. Right? So men spread that energy around the place. But women are still like, men, people don't realize the sexual interaction between men and women is really different. The dynamics are real different. For men, he's putting energy into this chick, and she keeps that. I don't care if she likes the guy or not. But then she carries that to the next dude, and then the next dude, and then the next dude, and that shit doesn't dissipate. So when women start to understand that it's not good to be promiscuous, not because you're trying to satisfy for some men, it's just not good for you because it's not healthy. So we need to try to get back to that. But I agree with the sister. We can't put it on them. Of course, they have the first right of refusal and not giving a guy the booty. Right? They can't. That's accountability.
Hey, Trick, I just want to say something.
I got to respond to that.
Got you.
All right. So when we inside of a marriage, right, women do not have a problem punishing men inside of their marriage and keeping them from sex. Right?
That's a bad woman.
Okay. No, check this out. I'm just showing you just how simple this is. So they can close their legs as punishment to their husband, but you can't close your legs simple to somebody that's not your husband. That's all I got to say. I don't get it.
No, that's another question though that you just put.
Before we respond, I got to read these.
They don't want to talk about it.
Oh damn, he dropped the mic on y'all. They don't want to talk about that. All right.
Yeah, they don't want to talk
I just want to say.
Hold on, real quick, Anna. Let me read these super chats, and I'm gonna come right to you. I promise. Misinformation Whisperer, $10. I appreciate it. Do chicks burn themselves out? Yes, they do. And it's XY's fault. Alone XX live longer. Why? Because when they're alone, they do less hard work and avoid offspring. A XY won't tolerate a useless XX. That's some science for you. And for those who didn't know, XY is men and XX is women. Again, $10. From my understanding, having men in the workforce having women in the workforce is a net positive. They stabilize the economy and they create jobs by having needs. Most women raised men aren't always reliable. Oh, well, yeah, that's true. This isn't a real thing women can do. If women stop placating the lowest men, those bad men will take it by force, and then they won't be any good men to stop them. Good men don't live in bad areas. I think I know what he's trying to say. I highlighted this to comment on. Caveman talk. This isn't a Taliban society. You can't beat common sense into women. They have to change their ways in a democratic society. And what I wanted to respond to, you can't beat common sense into women, but you can legislate that shit, though. You can legislate them into submission. But we'll save that for another day. All right, Clement Gray, $10. Appreciate it. Told you, Mike, this sister is a prime example of not obeying Genesis 3:16. Stop requiring responsibility from a manuscript when you refuse to acknowledge the manufacturer. Facts.
I don't believe in the Bible, so.
Indeed, but the Bible is just really a storytelling book about life in general. But Anna, how you doing? Are you going to give us your usual dose of terrorism today?
No. I just want to come up here and show my support. I really like the Lapeef channel. I like the Lapeef Network, and I like everybody on here, and I like that this is your week today. Trigger Mike. It's a pleasure up here.
It's my time.
well,
But I'll take the
typically
trigger mic
each
week if you
person
want
have
to
a
give
week. But yeah, nice to meet all of you guys on here. And yeah, as far as a marriage, I just have one question. Why are people still getting married? Why do people still put value into marriage? Because,
terrorism.
honestly, no, just be honest. Let's be honest here.
Yeah.
Marriage was, constructed to keep woman, in my opinion, because I'm kind of like a feminist. I
Yeah.
believe in a strong, independent woman type stuff. I believe that we could be
Yeah.
free. But if you think of back in the days where women didn't have rights, that's when marriage was created. It's an old, outdated law. And now, since we do have rights and we gained our rights back, in the 1900s, slowly gaining our rights, I really feel like marriage switched because people started seeing value in women more. So now marriage is not what it used to be. If you want to go off of real marriage, raw marriage, women didn't have a voice, didn't have a say-so, and not just any type of voice. Like they couldn't even do anything, couldn't go to school. Kids were homeschooled at home by their mothers. Men had to work, hard work, and black men today, not gonna happen. They believe in a 50-50 thing. So like that's already out the window. Like you guys want traditional marriage, it's not gonna happen because we're not living in our traditional we're not living in our traditional times. We're living in today where everybody have rights. If you want that traditional marriage, I mean, you got to take away rights from people to have that traditional marriage. Again, we have to go back to the days where women couldn't even, they couldn't even, a lot of people, they had to dress down. It was just like,
Anna,
they couldn't even show certain skin,
Hold on, Anna. I don't think the modern man wants a traditional, as we call it, marriage. I think they want a functional and cooperative marriage, and they can't.
And the thing is, we can't even get on terms. And I think why, in my opinion, I, as a woman who's not too much of a feminist, I agree with a lot of things that men say, and I care for men. Honestly, I care for your well-being. It doesn't benefit you to get married. Like honestly, we live in a society today.
Let me stop you right there.
Can I admit something? We live in a society today where us women have more privilege than men because men gave us the privilege to have more privilege than them. And honestly, you're just losing because we're going to take your money. We're going to do this when you get in a marriage. If it doesn't work out, it benefits us. If it doesn't work out, but you lose at the end.
I got questions for you.
You're setting yourself up to get bitten by a snake. Like you're putting your hand out there.
Agreed. I got questions for you, Anna. Do you want children one day?
I do. I want to get out of debt first.
Whoa. Then get married. Okay. Another question. Do you believe you can survive for the rest of your life working and financially supporting yourself?
Right now, absolutely not. But if I build, yes.
Do you think you
to have children if I can't afford for myself?
Do you think at the age of 45 you're going to want to support yourself?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. I said all those things to say, first and foremost, because like I said earlier, men don't dream about being husbands. We're doing duty to the children we're eventually going to have.
But the red pill guys
right?
and everybody else,
we're doing duty to that woman and that child. But for
men
you
are asking for it, though.
hold on. But for you specifically, marriage is about survival. So you made a comment. I don't know.
No, it's not.
I don't know what show you said this on, but I've actually been using this as a talking point for about a week. You said that you can take the same route in life, and you're just going to meet my widowed wife in the nursing home. You remember that?
Yeah.
Because she's just going to end up alone.
That you're just going to die alone, and that's not true.
She's just going to end up alone anyway, right? But what you didn't realize is by 2030, half of the women in the United States are going to be single. Ain't going to be no money for your nursing home. If you don't have kids, they won't make enough money to take care of you.
I'm having kids.
The government, the SSI, and the Social Security is going to be dried up. You're going to be homeless. You're not going to be in a nursing home. Only the women.
And your widow wife is going to be homeless too when you die.
She's not.
So
she's married.
She's married. That's fine. I think I can save my money too, though. Like just like you save your money, you give it to your wife. Why can't I save my money?
No. Me and my wife are a team. We are a powerhouse.
You're not going to be a team when you die.
You are an
still here.
That's what I'm saying.
So Trigger Mike, what's not making sense is you keep saying that you guys are a team, but are you going to die on the same day? Are you guys going to die?
You know what isn't going to die?
Hold
on.
Like, are you guys going to die?
You asked the question. Hold on. You asked the question, Anna. You asked the question. Are we going to die on the same day? No. But you know what's not going to die? Our 401k.
Most
You know
people
what's not
under
going to
401k
Like,
anyway.
hold on. You know what's not going to die? My military retirement. That's going to go to her.
Most
my
people
retirement
don't have
is not
a
going to die
pension.
either. My retirement is not going to die either. So now what?
What retirement? Women don't make enough to save for retirement. That's a lie.
What?
Okay, but what do you? I don't get it. I think you
If
do
that's
make
the
the same
case, the
amount.
average woman earns, well, the average black woman earns about 42.
Yeah,
The
it's
average black man
bullcrap.
about 45. So if the women don't earn enough to pay for retirement, then neither do the men.
So do you want to know what's
Bullcrap.
funny
It's
about what you
literally
just said,
bullcrap.
Sparkle? Sparkle, was that you? Men work extremely close to the time that they die, so it doesn't even matter.
Okay,
Retirement.
but majority of the men are
But if he's
unemployed.
married
Like,
and
a
he
lot of
dies
old men.
before the woman, if
Let's
he has
be
to work until
realistic.
he dies, that's not going to help
That's
her.
No. Let's go with his ideology. Let's just go with
It's
it.
a
Let's be
pointless
realistic
argument.
here.
Hold
All
on.
men
Let me
are not
get,
going to make over 100K.
hold
Let's
on,
be
hold
honest
on,
here. Majority of men.
Anna, let me get oh damn, she left. Never mind, continue.
Oh well, maybe she got offended or something. But like majority, let's go with your
Come back,
ideology
Sparkle.
that.
We want to hear your opinion.
Let's go with your ideology that men make more. Okay. But let's be honest here. Majority of men, let's talk about the men that do make more. Not every man is rich. Not every man is going to be suburban. You know, I see so many when I go to Chicago, so many like damn near like broke black guys who are like old. So like I'm thinking, my thing is, it's like whatever money you can make, even if I don't make as much, as long as I'm living comfortably, it doesn't really matter, you know, and as long as I have my kids, you know, but me, I don't want to be a burden to my kids. And I'm pretty sure when you die off and because let's be honest here, men typically die off first before their wives, because women date up. Women don't like to date men who are younger than them. Women typically date men who are 20, and I'm going off of Red Pill and Kevin Samuels talking points. Women like to date women like to date men who are like 10 years older. So logically, and your body's going to wear down due to the hard labor, because I'm going off of your ideology too. Your body's going to die down off of your hard labor because you guys work harder than us, because you guys are men, right? So I'm literally feeding off of your ideology and putting it together. You guys are going to die off fast. You guys are going to die off before your wife. So what happens then when your wife is alone? And going off of your Red Pill talking point,
let somebody who actually got some knowledge of something
Hold on, fellas. We got to get to Sparkle. Sparkle, go ahead and say your piece, then we're going to let the men rebut.
Hi, everyone.
Hey,
speaking to you from London. Can you hear me?
Oh, absolutely.
Hello,
Hold on real quick. Mr. Williams, can you cam up so I know it's you?
Okay, so listening to what everybody's saying, I have a very different perspective. Coming from London, the finance thing, it doesn't really come into play. Most couples, both people have to work. And as far as the burnout, I certainly don't blame my husband for that. I would have to blame the tax man for that. You know, for the fact that the bills keep coming and they don't stop, and it takes a double income to run a family. As far as marriage, I don't agree with the fact that it's a business, but I am Christian, so I have a very different perspective to what other people have said. The feminist talking points aggravate me. I find feminists to be more masculine and more militant than most men, and more aggressive than most
I'm masculine. I can admit that. I'm a masculine person.
The thing is, right, I understand as a woman wanting to be independent, wanting to be strong, wanting to handle your business and all the rest of it. But I do find most feminists are anti-men. They hate men, and they hate what men bring to the family and what men do for the family. And I don't agree with it.
Then I don't think I'm a feminist, because I love men.
Right. As far as I'm concerned, any woman that says that they don't need a man is lying. And
I don't need a man.
Is just basically, you know, spouting off the same talking points that we hear day in, day out. Any woman who says they don't need a man is lying. At the end of the day, I could not be without my husband. I couldn't be without my brother. Admittedly, I wasn't raised with my dad in the house. He, you know, my parents unfortunately split up and divorced when I was little. But at the end of the day, I think women who say this stuff, in my opinion, don't.
When feminists say they don't need a man, I really think, and from my perspective, when I say I don't need a man, I'm talking about for a relationship. I don't need a man for a relationship. You know what I mean? As
I
far as like
understand that. I understand that. But at the end of the
You need
day,
a counselor.
that depends what you're looking for. If you want to have a family, if you want to have a solid situation, let's say you want to bring children into the mix, right? To do that by yourself is selfish and it's stupid because there's no balance. Men
I am
need
very
women, women
selfish.
need
That's why
men.
it's important for a lot of us who are selfish, who are independent,
You
who
let the
are
women
not
talk.
good.
Damn.
I'm
Where do
sorry,
you
I'm a
come
masculine
from?
woman. I can't help it. I have these
What are
urges. Go
you?
ahead.
Look,
You can be masculine
here's the
and still be
thing.
mature.
Here's the thing. It's all well and good to think, I need this, I want that. However, how does that impact the other people around you? If you have children, you have to consider what their needs and what their requirements are. The minute a child comes into the mix, you don't matter anymore. They come first. If they don't come first, you shouldn't be a parent. And I say this as a stepmother. I don't have children yet, but I know for a fact that if I did, they would come first because that's the natural order of things. And your husband's supposed to come before them. Technically, he's supposed to be the head of the household. Now, I understand it's 2023. We're not in the dark ages when a woman doesn't do anything as far as earning. But to sit there and say that we women can do it all is lying. Because, for example, right, this
Yes,
whole
that is
burnout
lying,
thing,
not being
this
realistic.
whole burnout thing, if you're a woman that works full time like I do, right, and then you have to come home, handle your house, take care of your husband and all the rest of it, if looking after the children primarily lies at your door, if taking care of the household primarily lies at your door, you're going to feel burnt out, which means something somewhere is going to slip, whether that's you looking after yourself, looking after your man, whatever. The only women I see who don't have that issue have, in my opinion, they've passed on responsibility somewhere else. So either there's grandparents who stepping up and handling the childcare, or there's an au pair, there's a nanny. But what do they sacrifice? They sacrifice a bond with their child. They sacrifice authority over their children a lot of the time. And oftentimes their husband's left thinking,
I
other
strongly
than
disagree with
sex,
that.
what's my wife providing here? Because she ain't raising my children. She's not looking after my house. She's foregoed all those responsibilities to someone that I now have to pay to do all of that. So what's she here for? So you could, you got to weigh it up. If you want to hand over responsibility, where are you going to fall? Like, you're going to pay for that
Who's
in some
handing
way,
over
shape, or form.
responsibility?
Right. But what I'm saying to you is, because this is the thing, these days, a lot of the modern women talking points I hear, they sit there and say things like, well, I can have a nanny, I can have a cleaner, I can, all right,
no,
that's all good.
I'm not. My child's father is gonna. I come from a different culture. I was raised by white people. I'm in a small town. I came from a small town. My last small town I was in was Streeter, Illinois. I come from small towns, so like, and a lot of them are not married, but they co-parent. So I believe in co-parenting. I don't know where like you guys come from, but I know like I don't want to be married, don't want to be in a relationship. But hold on, grandparents, I won't have my grandparents take care of my kids. Whenever I'm not working, I'm taking care of my kid. Whenever he's not working, he's gonna take care of the kid. You know what I mean? And we're gonna co-parent. But we're not together. We don't want to commit it.
Anna, all due respect, you're 23. You don't know what the hell you're gonna do. All right, hold on.
Here's the thing, right? My situation.
Continue, Sparkles.
My situation. I'm like I told you, I'm from London. I'm 35. I come from a mixed family. Okay, so my dad's from Jamaica. My mum's half Trinidadian, half Irish. So I'm mixed. So I don't have this fully black experience. However, what I can tell you is, from what I saw coming up, it was a case of the mothers that worked. And here's the thing, my mum worked, right? And she had this conversation with me a long time ago, because when you're a single mother, which happened after my parents divorced, you have to rely on family and other people to step up to help you do that so you can bring in money. She often said to me, very honest, I could have been a better mum. I wish I was there more, blah, 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 blah. She was honest about it. And she openly said to me, I feel bad for the times that you had to have, other family members.
When you get a chance, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Yeah, hold on, Anna. Let's get Mr. Williams' perspective in here. Then I got a question for the panel. Hold on, Anna.
Yeah, I got a question too. I have many questions.
Mr.
Fire
Williams, how
away.
you doing today, sir? What you got on the topic?
All right, first thing I want to say is
She wasn't finished. Let the lady finish. Traditional, right?
You didn't let her
Ladies come
finish.
first.
No,
You
it's all
never let her
good.
finish.
It's fine.
You never
like,
let
like
your
I was
own
saying,
sister
Trigger Mike,
finish
like
talking.
Ladies go
every
first. Let her
woman is
finish,
not running.
please.
No, it's fine, Mr. Williams. You go. It's
Yeah,
fine.
chill out, honey. You beat. But yeah, like I was saying, like every woman, I feel like it's not hard to get along with every woman. Like that's crazy. Like so, if you you can't find a decent woman to settle down with that's willing to get on your program, then I don't know what that had to do. I mean, that must say something about you for real, because there's no way. Like the thing is, like a lot of guys who complain about these celebrities and what they doing. That when you walk out your front door every day, you do not see celebrities. Every woman that you see on a daily basis is not operating like how these celebrities is. So I don't understand how guys be trying to bring them up, like when they trying to make a point. Like it don't
Yes,
make
sir.
sense to me. It don't make sense to me. And then on top of that, it's like even when you are married, you got kids and stuff like that. The woman is not taking care of 100% of the household duties and going to work. Because if that is, then you just got the wrong man in your corner and you're a fool that let your kids just lay around the house and make a mess and you going right behind them cleaning them up. Because kids do not stay 2 and 3 years old for the rest of their life. They do get older. And I'm gonna give my kids chores. Like they 7 and 10, they got chores already. So like that just is what it is. My wife, she cook more than me. I don't really cook like that, but and she still work. And I can get sex whenever I want from her. But when she come home, it's not like I'm just laying back like she a maid and she just doing everything. It don't work like that.
Yes, sir.
So this
So
is
I
a
really don't know
very
what people be
old
talking about.
driver's license. Okay, before you continue, a lot of people said I'm not 23. I'm going to show you my driver's license, very old, and my date of birth is on it. Continue talking.
Don't show
No,
your
don't show
driver's
your ID just in case. But okay,
Anyway,
here's the thing, right, Mr. Williams. If a guy can't find a good wife,
Anna, don't show your driver's license.
if a
Don't
guy
do it.
can't find a good wife, in my
I'm going to show my
opinion, he's not.
address.
If a guy can't find a good
Don't
wife,
show your driver's.
he's not vetting correctly. You can't go off what someone says. People will tell you whatever they like. You have to check what people do.
No,
Right?
Like
Check
and
the
the
I've
crazy
people
heard of
they're
part,
people
around.
I
Check their
doxing.
understand that. I
family.
You try to
understand
dox
that
yourself.
because, like, I understand that because, like, what it is, these guys want those celebrities and Instagram models. That's the problem, and they can't get them. So that's what they really complaining about. But when I leave out the house every
That's
day, when
not
I go to
true.
the
But
market,
see, that's the problem,
hold
though.
on, one thing though, like if I go to the market, I see beautiful women all the time. If I go to the mall, go shopping, I see beautiful women all the time. I see all types of women. So it's like, there's no way that every single last one of those women is a woman that's hard to get along with, or you feel me? Like it's crazy. Like I don't think these niggas is really not even dating these women to really see who they really are. You
Well,
feel me?
I would
Like
just say this,
like
right?
for real, a lot of these dudes intimidated by these women because they see that she beautiful. They probably think I don't got a chance with her. And at the end of the day, if those women dating drug dealers, whoever, let them women date whoever they choose to date. But that's not every woman out here. Every woman is not dating those type of guys. Like
Yes,
that's the crazy
sir.
part. Like
All right.
it be so funny because me and my wife be tripping off this. Like me and my wife could be anywhere. We see a beautiful woman, we get acknowledged. Like, and that's just the type of marriage we got. Like I can see a woman with a fat butt and I can like, oh babe, look at that. She can do the same thing. Like we don't. It's not that deep. We don't really be that serious. As long as we not going above and beyond, like being disrespectful, like stern, like we never seen a fat butt before. Like it don't really be that serious for real. Like and people like when they in relationships and marriages and stuff like that, people always try to make it seem like, all right, a lot of marriages fail, this, that, and the third. A lot of people don't even make it to marriage when they in relationships. Y'all jump from person to person. But when y'all having problems, people don't know how to resolve the problem. Y'all see the problem show up, y'all want to sweep it under the rug, but what y'all don't understand is another problem gonna show up. And when that other problem show up, that old problem that you
I have
swept
a
under the
question.
rug is gonna be part of that new problem too. Cause y'all don't know how to really, for one, a lot of people not communicating. That's a big thing. Like
I have a
y'all
All
not
right.
question for the
communicating.
We're gonna
feminine woman
hold
on
on
the
real quick.
panel.
Hold on. We're gonna steer the conversation back to the original topic. I got a question,
I mean, I
and
had a question like 20 minutes ago, and it was
hold
to the
on.
woman who asked the
I know,
question.
but
I
we're
mean,
steering the conversation. It's my show, damn it. We're steering the
I know,
conversation
but I
elsewhere.
literally
Hold on,
wanted
hold
to
on,
ask
hold
one
on.
question.
Answer it within the question I'm about to ask. All right. What should women sacrifice in order to relieve themselves of burnout? from their burnout. What do women have to sacrifice to relieve themselves of their burnout?
From their struggles.
Who you want to go first? Anna, go ahead.
I need to go last because that's a hard question. I never thought about that. What do I need? How I look at that question is, what do I need to sacrifice? What do I need to give up to relieve me from the struggles that I'm
You know what,
going
Anna?
through right
That's
now?
I
actually
think
very.
that's an easy question.
It's actually
As far
very
as that,
profound that you say, even though you're young, it's very profound that you say you haven't thought about it, because add 10 more years, hell, add 20 more years, a lot of women haven't thought about
yeah,
I
I
think it's
don't
the
think
easy
about
question.
it. Yeah. All right, so we'll
because
start
I'm
with
selfish. I admit that, but I just haven't thought about what I can do to
all right,
better
we'll
my
come back to you, Anna.
situation.
Think about it for a little bit. Sparkle, since you're available, I definitely want to hear a woman's perspective. First, tell us what a woman can do, what she can sacrifice to alleviate some of her burnout.
Control. It's as simple as that. As far as I'm concerned, the way that society's working, we're going to have to work. It takes, for most families, two incomes to keep it going. But if you sacrifice control and allow your husband to be the leader, the amount of stress that takes off your shoulders is monumental. Now, if you have a good husband like I do, he'll still seek you for counsel. He'll want to hear your perspective. You'll have input. So it's not like you're just some child that doesn't have a say. But the minute you let your man lead, your life is so much easier. Relinquish control.
I
Damn.
really have a question for this Sparkle woman, please.
All right, well, we got to get
Please.
perspectives, then we're going to get to the questions. Hold the question.
Oh my God, I have so
Marriage,
many
Politics,
questions.
and Sports, you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes, sir. What do women have to sacrifice? Short answer, about a minute long.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I think so. I think Sparkle said it best. Control. Women want to be in control, but what they really need to do is just trust. If they're married, they gotta trust their husbands, right? They gotta don't marry the guy if you don't trust him. If you trust him, then it should be easy to relinquish control. And if you have the right kind of man, he's not going to ask you anyway. He's just going to assume the control. I mean, what they say that pressure is for the shoulders and not the hips or whatever.
Yep.
So, I mean, if you're in a good marriage with a man who's, even if he's not making more than you, he's making, but you're making it work. You got to trust this guy to give you the 4 P's, you know? I mean, the protection and the procreation, the problem solving, and the provisions. Maybe provision is not money, but there's other things in provision that he provides, you know, peace of mind, that kind of stuff. And women have to really want to have a guy to do that for them. And my wife, you know, bless her. I mean, she's, you know, she's special to me, but she goes to sleep like real easy at night. And maybe I shouldn't, but I take credit for that. I mean, she puts her head on the pillow and she's out cold in a minute because she don't have no worries.
Take credit for that.
Take credit for that. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. So that's the way that is. And so that's my little short answer. Women have to trust the men, and then if they trust them, they'll relinquish control. But a man going into marriage, you got to assume control. You don't be asking. I don't care how much money your woman makes. You don't be asking, well, you know, can I leave today? You know, forget. You know, that's part of the vetting process. If she can't acquiesce to you a little bit, I'm using that word too much today. Even before you get married, then don't get
The men
married.
have to go.
Okay, that's it. All right, so I'm done.
All right. PhD, are you there?
I have.
Huh?
I'm here.
Who is that? All right. So what do women, another woman's perspective, I'm sure we're about to get a good one. What do women have to sacrifice to alleviate their burnout?
So I would say that women need to sacrifice relationships with poor men or like middle earning men. Ladies, get you a man who can who doesn't need you to work or can get you some house help.
I got something to say on that. God,
you got something to say to everything, Anna. You better chill for us. Dusto, what do women have to do to alleviate their burnout? 1 minute or less.
Just going back to the whole base of this conversation. Why is it when a woman says anything about a man, it's an average dusty dude that they don't want to begin with? It's their expectation. And why is it when a dude says something about a woman, It's the woman who's going to get them for child support and run to the system. The conversation can't even move that way because you're talking about two people who hate each other to begin with. And that's what's in the people's mind.
And the fact that this woman up at the top is telling women to get.
God damn it. All right, you killing me. Sit your ass back there for a little bit.
But
right,
it kills everything and every expectation before you even get to the planning and dating and courting stage. That's all I'm saying.
Got you. I mean, we speaking some real mature stuff right now. We've been doing all this the smoke. We got to get to some solutions. So Anna, think back there. We your elders, obviously. So we know you have the potentials. Sit back there and think about your answer. CEO DMP, what do women have to sacrifice, being the operative word, to alleviate their burnout? 1 minute.
They got to drop the competition versus men. They got to drop the attitude. They got to stop competing with us. They got to stop going against us. You know what I'm saying? That's the biggest thing. That's what's wearing them out, trying to keep up this facade that they can do it without us, that they don't need us, that, you know what I'm saying, they're just as powerful, just as strong. That's what's wearing them out, because we here to help. Men like to help. We like to do as much as that we can do. If we really had our way, we wouldn't do much or nothing, because, you know, men just like to handle business. So like, you wearing yourself out trying to keep up with this lie about women being equal to men and all that bullshit. Excuse my
Damn. That was a big one. You took my, like, I was going to say stop competing, but look, I don't think I could have put it in as good as words as you put it. King, you still in the building? All right, we'll come back to King. AP, what's up, my man? I know you've been pondering on it. You've been stewing on it. What do women have to sacrifice to alleviate their burnout?
Let me first say this, because you said under a minute. Everything Sparkle said, everything Richard said, everything PH Diva said, everything Dusto said, everything CEO said, and one more thing: stop having casual sex.
I don't think they're willing to do that, but look, damn, you taking like this. These are actually going to be topics. I got like a year's worth of topics in my phone, and
You're
one of
preaching.
them is listen. Is casual sex even casual? That's one of the topics. Like, is it even casual given what's at stake if it goes wrong, right? So, damn. But that's big facts right there, bro.
Nothing else to add. Everybody said it, and I just think that's the other one.
Yeah. King, you back? Woo! Snap. R2D2. You need to go out, come back in. All right. You got that voice thing going on. Mr. Williams, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, what do women?
I agree with whoever just spoke, though. You know, but normally a woman, they usually get under a man's leadership if you the right guy. See, a lot of these dudes, they think it's because they can have sex, just because they got opinions, they a man. You're not really a man. You're a male. You don't even understand what it is to be with a woman. So we grow up and just start dating women. We don't even understand like what really come with it. Like when we in relationships, like we don't understand how to really communicate. We don't understand how, like, what we need to do to help solve problems and none of that. Like it'd be too much of this back and forth blame game when we get with each other. And women too, though. Like women haven't been raised to be with a man. Like a lot of people nowadays is coming from single mother households. So y'all don't really got the leadership of a man. Y'all really don't have a clue on what it takes to date out here for real. A lot of people out here really just lost for real. But a lot of people ain't gonna say that. Even like when marriages and relationships fail, when stuff go bad, everybody blaming each other instead of taking accountability. Like I don't understand it, and I know for a fact because I've been with my woman for some years, for some time, and it's like we've been through the ups and downs. So when people be on these panels was giving all these statements, it be bullcrap because I never really hear nobody be on these panels telling the truth on where they went wrong and how they could have did things differently and none of that. Y'all just be blaming all day, and it's like y'all everybody sound like they perfect, but the results show y'all not. So what's really going on? Because a woman don't just wake up on a Tuesday like, I'm gonna divorce you, I want all your money. It don't work like that. It be a bunch of problems that led up to that issue. We all know that.
All right, my man. Anna, you ready? You ready? All right. Not really. Okay, so like I don't think I could really top what everybody said. So I might change it around a little bit. So what a woman can do to alleviate her burnout, I'm going to ask her to push a little bit further. I'm going to ask her to actually lean in and do a little bit more work. Women, if you want to alleviate your burnout, help your man. Help your man out. Here's why. Chris Rock said, suckers work. Smart people get other people to work for them. If you want to alleviate your own burnout, put the power player to work. Put the stronger person, the bigger vessel in your house to work. Seek opportunities for him. Network for him. Do things, good things, behind his back to set him up and put him in position so you can relax. When I look at other cultures, that's exactly what they're doing. Setting their man up so they can relax. Lean into him a little bit more. That's what women are doing. Help him. The first mention of a woman in the Bible calls you help. Your whole purpose is to help him. If you helping your man is helping yourself. Ladies, we are the workhorse. We work the entirety of our life for your provision. It's built into the cake. What we got, you got too. That's why society let you take half of it. Make sure you got half of something to take, at least, if we're going to be toxic with it.
And they don't even be understanding us men. We like to work and we like to help. A lot of us men get off work and go to the gym and beat ourselves up way harder than our job could ever do. And you know, just working out and lifting weights and stuff. Like we can do a lot. We can take on a lot. But a lot of these women, even when they know they wearing out, they wouldn't admit to it because they're afraid of letting down their whole facade. Like they would let down their sisterhood. Like, you know what I'm saying? Don't show no weakness. You know what I'm saying? Even if you breaking, don't show no weakness. You know what I'm saying? And the whole conversation, like the brothers talking about, there's a whole lot of points that got to be addressed, like strategically, to really address the issue, because he coming on talking about dudes is making complaints. But it seems like a lot of these brothers, if we could statistically find out that sisters are behind a lot of our problems, these brothers would never even get down to the root problem, because out the jump, they trying to make excuses for these sisters. We can't even get down to the problem and figure out how to solve our solution or solve our problems, because nobody want to hold the sisters accountable, and they do play a pivotal role in our community. It ain't like they could not. It's like if I leave the home and my responsibility is to protect my household. When I'm there, nothing comes through the back door, nothing comes through the side, nothing comes through the window. I'm on guard. I establish those standards and those rules. I leave. Now, when I leave, she decides she can do whatever she want to do. So she's opening up my back doors. She's leaving whoop-de-whoop. And they acting like that can't cause the fall of the civilization. If she ain't keeping up with me on guard, if she ain't holding up her part. The one sister was mad because she was like, are y'all telling us to be the leader? Well, when I'm not there, you got to be the leader. You got to stand up and play that role in that part. Why are you so thrown off by a man saying that you should bear some responsibility and holding shit down? Like, why is that you completely against it, but you have no problem with talking about your education, your degrees, you a boss? You have no problem saying that. But if we say hold you responsible for something, it's all of a sudden, how is a man holding us responsible? How you keep talking about your power and your position, and your boss and your money you're making? Like, you want to be a leader, and you want to be also on one part, but you don't want to take responsibility for what's necessary to actually keep us alive, take care of our family, and secure the future of our children. You just want to be a leader when it comes to you saying you got money, and you can and point and talk shit at a man, say you got more money than him and shit. Now you want to be a leader. Now you want to be a boss.
See, here's the thing. Firstly, I gotta say everything Mike said, bang on. If you let your man do his bit, usually it makes your life easier. You end up blessed. He does more for you in the long term anyway. At least that's my experience. But one thing I will say, this whole thing about the sisterhood thing, there's no sisterhood. Anyone that makes you guys think that is lying to you. Women will stab other women in the front and the back to get what they want. They only present in front of men. They only make, no. Women make it look like there's a sisterhood to you, to men. But to us, we know better than that. Trust me. There's no sisterhood. It's a facade. It's a front. That's the first thing I'll say. The second thing I'll say is that, well, see, to be fair, that's why it takes a woman like me to call it out, because they will lie in front of you. They'll make you guys think like we're all on code. We can't say this. We can't say that. Women compete hard with each other. They will stab each other in the front and back if need be. Trust me on that. But one thing I will say is that there's a difference between a woman and a hyena. Okay, you know, a woman isn't gonna be out here trying to compete with you, trying to run you, trying to manage everything, talking about money and I've got my PhD and da da da. That's a hyena. A woman knows what her accomplishments are. She doesn't need to wear a man a neck like a medal. Do
But
you know what I mean?
also
She
keep in
doesn't need
mind
to
that they
constantly
dress up
push
the
that in
same.
her face.
They look the same and they act the same in the beginning. For instance, like this Bad Blood chick, right? Let's say I was to meet her and she out with
I
her
agree.
friends.
Yeah.
If I was to meet her out with her friends and they're in the club, right? All right. Now she would sit there and she'd have a little hair done. She'd have her makeup on. And when she'd approach me, she'd try to put on her best behavior. And then men get caught up because she's acting nice. She's being polite. She want to cook me a meal. She's playing that role. You don't find out she's really like this till it's too damn late. Till she already done got her little claws entrenched into your situation.
Sometimes, yeah.
You don't even find out that the whole time she don't even really like men for real. Like what
This is why,
like
and I hate to say it because listening to what Mike was saying a few days ago about the whole de-discipline thing, you can't fall into her parts too early because that's where you guys get caught. You guys have to be like, you know what, I really want to smash, but her representative's on at the minute. So I need to meet a couple of her friends. I need to do a background check on social, check her social medias to hear a little bit about what she's about. If you guys fall into the trap of, oh, she's fine and da-da-da, trust me, like you say, you'll learn too late.
See,
and that's
and
hard
the way
for
the
a
sister
man, because I know you
just
guys
put
have that nature. You want to smash and all the rest of it.
As much as I try to push a
But
little
at the
bit
end
and
of
what
the
I
day-
just said over onto women, when the sister put it like that, see,
Mm.
it's the way she put it, the way she talk in her mind. Even though I was trying to push at the women a little bit, the way she said that completely checked me. And she's right. At a love and respect for myself, you got to vet them, check their social media, talk to their friends. Like,
Trust me,
and she
you have
right
to do the
about that.
background check because the thing is, misery likes company. If you see the kind of friends she keeps, if you see the kind of people she's around, that you'll get a big visual of the kind of person she is. Trust and believe. People are who they show you, not what they tell you. So all I can say is just take a little time to do a little background check. Most women put all their business online anyway, so it won't take you long to figure it out.
Nice. All right, my man King, you back. Oh no. What do y'all think that is? Nah, it's your earbuds or something. You definitely sound like R2D2 right now. Let me go ahead and mute you. All right. Hold on. Little podcast. Show me when your camera comes up. Show me that that's you. All right. Bet. Anna, what do women have to do to alleviate their burnout? What sacrifice do they have to make?
I think they should stop messing with men who's going to bring them down, men who are coming into relationships with problems, like poor men. I think women should leave poor men alone until they get their lives together, because you should not be going into a relationship with problems. And as far as a skill set, a general skill set, I just think woman. Now, as far as myself, what I need to do to better myself, to get myself out of my situation that I'm thinking of. Now, it depends on what you mean as far as elevating yourself, because you can't just use that for a general aspect, because there's different ways to elevate yourself as far as relationship. I don't believe in relationships. I don't believe in marriage. So that right there is out the window. But as far as my personal, as far as financial, I need to work a little bit harder. I want to work as much as I can, save up as much as I can, so I can be financially stable before having a baby. I do plan on being I'm talking to a guy right now, very, very close. We are coming to terms where if we do have a baby, we're going to co-parent, but we're going to live our separate lives. So like my so-called baby daddy would be my best friend. We're going to co-parent whenever I go to work. We don't need to be married to do this. That's bullcrap, and it's very, very uneducated. I've never heard of that before. You don't need to be married to co-parent. I've never heard of that before. I live in a white community. A lot of them are not married. They live their separate lives. And in a small town, they co-parent just fine.
I never
wanted
wanted to remove somebody from
I
my
want to
show.
co-parent with someone, have a relationship with someone. But that's just me. I don't want a relationship, don't want a marriage. That's just my response on that. I do have other questions, but I know you guys are probably going to interrupt me, so just go ahead. That's just
Yeah,
my
but
take
Anna,
on it.
most people co-parent. Most people co-parent because they have to. That's not the ideal. That's usually what happens
Okay, well,
after
I
it's
want to
fallen
co-parent because
apart.
I want to. I want to.
I want you to go watch this movie
And that's
called
my
Friends with.
life. And then for
I
you to
want
be
you to.
feminine, I think is very masculine of you to tell me what to do in my life, basically.
No,
Like, I think that's very masculine.
Anna. Realize that this is an indictment that I have of most women in society today. I don't believe most women know themselves. What you said was kind of something that basically speaks to saying that you don't know or you haven't been taught a woman's nature. Go watch this movie called Friends with Kids. I went on a date and I saw it once. The woman thought she could do the exact same thing. I'm sorry, the man and the woman. They had been friends pretty much their entire life. They decided, hey, we old now. We're getting older. Let's just have a baby. We best friends anyway. She started to get attached to him simply because he was the father of her child. Her hormones, her emotions, her natural ability, the same way she pairs with a baby, drinking from her breast, is the same chemical release so you can bond with the male that impregnated you. So she formed that bond and got mad because he was messing with some other chick. You don't have full control over this stuff that you think you do. You don't know yourself like that. And a lot of women fall victim to that. Like, I could just be out here doing what men do. I can be detached from it. I can keep my emotions out of it. I promise you, you cannot.
It's
Obviously,
also a lie. It's a lie. If you're going to be a single mum, right? And I can tell you this as someone that was raised by a single mum. Luckily, my mother is a very wise
Damn, that's
woman.
really masculine of you to
Wow.
tell me what.
No, listen.
If you're gonna be.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to give a bit of advice here.
Be feminine all the way.
Hold on.
No. Just listen.
Let us speak.
Hold on.
As someone who was raised by a single mum, and I'm lucky because it worked out well, but I can tell you this: it's those who do it well make it look easy. You're gonna miss out on a lot. You're gonna have to sacrifice a lot from free time, personal time, social time. Your love life's gonna suck. All of it. You can't act like you're going to be able to have your cake and eat it as a single mom, because your kids are going to take most of your time. They're going to take most of your resources. They're going to take priority. If you want to be a single mom, that's all good, but you cannot think that you're going to still be able to be out here living the life, dating and doing all the rest of it as easy as you are without children, because it's not going to happen. And anyone who tells you that is lying to you. The only way you can do that
I think you're
is
lying.
if you palm your kids off on other people. Trust me and believe this. I know what I'm
not
talking
trusting
about.
a single.
All I'm saying is, because I can tell you this, right? The majority of the people I know, like I say, I'm in London, it's different. A lot of girls out here are single mums. A lot. Out of all my girls, out of all my friends, I'm the only one that isn't. So I can tell you, I know from experience from my cousins and my friends, they all sacrifice in some other way. And they all feel like, crap, I wish I'd have done this with the baby father. I wish it would have worked out, or I wish I'd have waited till I got married. Trust me. You know, it's all well and good to say, oh, I'm going to still be independent and do it. And you know what? If you manage to do it, good luck. I really hope it works. But it would be ill-advised of me as a woman who's a bit older than you to tell you it's going to be all easy. That would be a lie. I can't lie to you. As from one woman to another, I would warn you, don't let that be the ideal. Because most single mothers don't choose that life. They end up in that life.
Absolutely not. That's why I think it's bullcrap. This whole feminine, I'm feminine. Well, a lot of you, AKA,
when did I say that? When did you hear me say that?
Well, these men up here are saying that about you, and they're saying it in the comment section. So my thing is, I'm thinking you're like one of those pick-me's. So my thing is,
honey, I don't need to be picked. I'm married.
You're not married. First of all, you're on a panel full of men. You're not married, honey. No,
I got
that's
married
not a married
August 20th this
You're
last
not a married
year.
woman.
I'm married.
And you're up
Trust
here.
me.
You're trying.
Yo, Anna,
Anna,
I don't need to be picked.
Yes.
I'm
For
just
those
being
of you
honest
asking
with
if
you.
Anna is a troll, she is a troll. But Anna, you can't be up here. Literally, when women speak that maturely, it's usually from experience. And damn sure from the things Sparkle said, I would put my money on the fact that she's married. That sounds like a married woman to me. Fellas,
Look,
what y'all
one
think?
thing I know,
Well,
one thing I know is you don't need to make the mistakes yourself. Often you can watch other people make them to know not to go that way. And that's
but
how I was.
so this I need
I
to
was about
say.
to say, what's up, little podcast? What's going on?
Salute to my main man, Trigger Mike. What's going on, bro?
What up, bro?
I would cam up, but I ain't combing my beard yet.
Well, I don't
But
think
this
she's
is the
married,
thing,
and
though,
that's my
right? Like I understand that right now what the sister Sparkle is doing is with good intentions, but see, this is what I mean. What sometimes what you think is a mistake, it's not actually a mistake, right? It's perfect. It's perfectly designed for that person, right? Look at how Anna is behaving right now. Is that somebody who you want to tell to go pretend that she's not who she really is, so she can find a man and then destroy his life and ruin some kids? No. Let her do the things the toxic way that she, or not even a toxic way, but the what we might consider dysfunctional way, might actually be perfect for her. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody wants to have to deal with that. That's what I'm saying. She immediately made it personal. This is what she does. Y'all call her a troll. I don't, because that's literally who she is. And I'm not dissing her. I accept that that's who she is. And I think that that's a narrative, right, that needs to be carried over beyond an honor to understand that not everybody is conducive for marriage. Not everybody is
I
conducive.
agree.
Not
I
everybody
agree.
is.
I think for me though,
Oh,
that I was
okay,
coming at it from the perspective of
I'm still
I was
talking.
coming at it from the perspective of there's other people in the audience who have that mindset. It's a very modern mindset to think, oh, I'll just be a single mom and da da da. But as a child of a single mom, I saw the sacrifice, whether it be financially on a personal note. And I don't think any woman in their right mind would choose that. That's
Okay,
usually what
wait.
happens after things
Stop for
fall
1
apart.
second. Hello, can you hear me? Stop for 1 second.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Because now I'm starting to agree with Honor, you and your masculine bag, right? Because you just cut me off in the middle of while I was talking, right? But that's neither here nor there. The fact of the matter is, right, not everybody is conducive for marriage. Not all people are conducive to be parents, right? A lot of women think just because they give birth or because their children don't die before 18 that they somehow were the greatest parents. You know what I mean? And that's just not the case. We have to be willing to allow some people to remain in their dysfunction. We can't change them all. You want your message to reach the people that it needs to reach, and then not spend too much time going back and forth in pointless debates. The conversation was very, very energetic. I was listening to it and it was so good, man. And that's what made me want to hit the panel. I started cleaning up just so I could join you all and actually thank you all for the conversation and actually join it as well. But I mean, at the end of the day, I do think that there's something to be said about what Trigger said about supporting your man and being a helpmeet. Because one of the things that I don't think a lot of women, particularly Black women, don't understand is that help is not the same for every man, right? So what you might get with this man, and this man might need you to just be the best stay-at-home wife you can possibly be. But you might get with another man, and that man might actually need you to pick up, a job. He might need you to go to work and punch a clock the same way he does. It's all about, your certain situation. And I think that's really one of the biggest problems in our community, is that somehow all our women believe they deserve to be able to just stay at home and not have to do anything. And so when they don't get that, then they're kind of emotionally abusive, psychologically abusive, verbally abusive in these relationships because they're not happy, right? Because they're not getting this thing that they really want, which is to not be responsible for anything. And I think that is a very dangerous precedent that we have set over the last couple of decades, and we see it playing out now. The whole narrative, I can do bad all by myself. Well, why would you want to? Right? Why would you want to do bad, right? And why would you want to do that even by yourself? You know what I mean? When you could get with somebody else, and that would just make it that much easier to build. So this is a great question, man. Thank you for this show, Trigger Mike.
Hey, man, your perspective is always valued here. You know that, bro. So I'm going to flip this now. I'm going to flip it. We asked, the previous question was, what can women do to alleviate their burnout? So now I'm going to flip this. What can men do to help women not feel burned out? Marriage, politics, and sports. You there?
Yes, I am, sir.
And more specifically, your partner, your spouse, your girlfriend, the like person that you live with. If you ain't married, you single, that's another topic on my list. So I'm not talking about your girlfriend. I'm talking about your live-in permanent situation. If that's the outlook that you're going, either marriage or a long-term committed relationship, what can men do to alleviate their woman's burnout?
Well, okay, well, let's assume that they're on their way to burnout anyway if you don't do what you need to do. I just think you need to just be a man of your word. You know, everything that you plan, have plans and execute. Solve problems when they come up. Be willing to take responsibility when you need to, and be willing to check your mate when she needs to be checked. And you can do it with love too. I mean, there's a couple of things that you just need to be present, understand the spirit of your woman, and see when she's getting out of control, and put her back, you know, and take that control back. You know, like I said, be her order to the chaos. Because women, I mean, I listen to the Crimson Cure a lot, and she had a podcast on how women are chaotic, which is not a bad thing. She just said, you know, if men need to be around to put women back on you know, track. And my wife is kind of like that. You know, she she needs me. So I think if you can take those burdens off of her, you know, she can still have her responsibilities. But when things get awry, you know, you need to be there to put them back in place. And you need to do it with love. And you just provide her the things that you need to provide her. And if you have the right kind of woman, she'll reciprocate. And it doesn't take much to please a woman who wants to be pleased.
Absolutely.
You know, so that's how I go. You know, I mean, I have all kinds of examples. Like I used this example before. My wife used to talk about when we had our kids, she used to start to say, well, these are my kids. You know, my number one priority is my kids. And so I think men make a mistake by not checking in women when they say that. I said, well, you know what? They're not your kids. They're our kids. You know, those kids belong to both of us. You know, I said, so our relationship is dependent on our kids' well-being is dependent on our relationship. I take care of you, you take care of me, and then the kids will get taken care of. And
You know
she stopped saying that.
You know what? It is destiny that we are all on this panel together, because y'all literally at some point in y'all monologues echo one of the topics that I have that I feel like is pertinent to be talking to. That one where it's like, these are our children, not your children. That is a big one that I want to get on. Like when women say that, like even in a grocery store or in random conversations, it even makes me look like, dude, you gonna say something? Check her on the spot.
Yep.
She gonna keep saying it. She gonna keep saying it. Give her a nudge or something. Hey, our children. Like, let her know you're not to be messed with like that.
Yep, exactly.
Like, I'm glad that you went to the children, right? Because that's what.
Can I say something?
In my experience, well, the question right now is towards the men, I think, honestly.
I was about to say, podcast. Hold on, we actually gonna go.
Okay, I'll step back if you want me to hop down.
No, don't hop down. Just wait your turn. We'll be right to you. PhD, are you still there?
Are you going in order? Okay.
Yeah, my bad. We going in order.
Okay.
You here? You there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. What can men do to help alleviate the burnout of their women?
I think that men can have a direction that they're trying to move in. And so this is, you know, before they even meet a woman, have a specific goal that you're trying to meet or a direction that you're trying to move in, and be actively, you know, having a plan and taking steps to meet those goals or move in that direction. I think it's important for men to focus on their vocation early and not kind of just fall into a vocation. So, you know, whether that's a skill trade or whether, you know, you go college or if you build a business, whatever it is, just like start early. I I also think it's important for men to be educated, and that doesn't necessarily have to mean formal education, but be reading books, be, taking, seminars or classes, and just trying to become as knowledgeable as possible on as many different, subjects and topics as possible, so that you can, offer that informed leadership to your family. And then also focusing on what you're supposed to give or offer a woman in a relationship or marriage as a man. So, being able to solve problems, being able to provide and protect, those type of things. And the gentleman before me, I can't remember his name, mentioned Crimson Cure. And I know like men in these spaces love Crimson Cure, but to me, I take issue with a lot of what she says because I feel like she hasn't lived it. She was married for 20 years. And when her husband passed away, she had to go back and live with her family members in the crappy part of Chicago. So that tells me in those whole 20 years, this man didn't even purchase a home for you. And then I'm wondering, like, was there a life insurance policy? So I think it's important for men to focus on those things and focus on being able to set their family up for, in case anything happens to them. So just making the best situation for them, because to me, being married for 20 years and having to go back and live with your family after the man is gone, like it was a wasted 20 years as far as I'm concerned. So I think those are some important things for men to be able to offer women in order to alleviate the burnout.
Gotcha. You had to add that Crimson Cure in there. I felt so that was emotionally driven. You basically said that, like I felt it in your spirit. You saying that. CEO DMP, what can men do to alleviate their woman's burnout?
Like I was talking about earlier about how the peer pressure and the false facade that they're keeping up. So I believe to kind of help them with that, we have to listen to them and be very attentive to them and try to look for ways to kind of tactfully show them our value. Like I can help you with that, because they won't tell you because they trying to keep up this facade. They don't need you. So sometimes you just got to watch them, listen to them, bent, you know what I'm saying, hear what their problem is, and then tactfully kind of suggest things so that they can on their own realize that, man, he got the answers and the solutions to a lot of my problems. I'm just not utilizing, I'm just not asking them. But you can't just tell them, because the very fact of them not knowing how to solve their problems and offends them, because it kind of proves that, it kind of puts them in a situation like the man knows better than the woman. So they won't even listen. I had a woman one time where she was just something as simple as she was trying to get the adhesive off the, those little things they put on the back of their phone so that they can grip it.
Magnet.
This is the mentality they have. I told her exactly how she can get it off. She could use one of my little heat guns and she could blow it on her a little bit, kind of stick. All right. So she gonna go and take the phone, run some hot water, and try to, just because she didn't want to accept the fact that she was struggling with how to do it, and I just knew how to do it. You got to go find, and it's like that way. So you even got to be tactful about how you help them, because they're trying to keep up this false facade. But once they start seeing, man, a lot of the problems that I'm keeping to myself, every time I even voice it to this man, he's giving me solutions. He knows how to get it done. And I think that's how we can help them start utilizing us a little bit more.
Bet. I got a AP, keep it going. I'll be right back. How can men help alleviate their woman's burnout?
So the number one thing that I'm going to say is you got to create a space to where she feels comfortable to be able to say whatever she needs to say to you without you as a man flying off the hinges. We have to be, I like to say, we have to be active participants in the lives of our kids, but we also have to be active participants in the lives of our women. We have to know and understand our women well enough to know when they need what. So if she just needs to vent, because a lot of times women just need to vent, they need to get it off, whatever's weighing on them, we have to be able to take it off of them. I believe it was CEO that said earlier, what is it? Shoulders are meant to carry the weight, not the hips. Take it off of them. It was somebody up here. And I find that to be very accurate and true. I also agree with what Richard was saying earlier. Sometimes you gotta be willing to tell them that they're wrong and put them where they need to be. Get them going down the correct path. We can't always just accept silence and let them continue on that path, which goes into what you were saying, CEO. I give them the information, give it to them the way they need to receive it. And if she decides to run water over her phone instead of using the heat torch, let them figure it out the hard way. But don't come back most of the time and say, see, I told you. Because sometimes they got to learn the lessons too. But we do have to create the space to allow them to feel comfortable and be comfortable and vulnerable to lay it on you.
All right, but don't forget that when you allow them to learn the lessons, they'll come back and blame you for allowing them to learn that lesson.
But that's actually
you already know that's
I gotta respond to AP. You said the heat torch. He meant a heat gun. You trying to burn the damn house down?
But I don't know what he's using, right? I'm just saying.
It's a heat gun.
She
It's
decided.
just like
She
a blow
decided.
dryer.
She decided to use water on her phone. I'm just saying.
Woo, that dude's about to burn. First of all, you're gonna burn a hole in the phone immediately. So
Well, see, and I wouldn't even use that. I would actually there's a easier way to do it with using alcohol and
I was gonna say, yeah,
hand
you put
sanitizer.
I use hand sanitizer on that stuff, that goopy stuff. It'll come off.
But the point is he gave her the best way, and she decided to go a different way to find out that his way was
you
the best
next.
way.
I'll be right back.
Go ahead, Sparkle. I'm through.
Okay, so I would say, from a personal perspective, what helps me is communication. If my husband keeps me informed with the plan, not just the overall plan, but day to day, then that leaves me free to check for the blind spots where I can help, where I can jump in, where I can pick up the slack, as it were. Because obviously everybody has their basic day-to-day stuff, but if you keep me in the loop so I can see the overall picture, then I can be on my A game, and I can really jump in and do what needs to be done. And sometimes I can come up with extra suggestions and other things that he might not have considered. So communication is always going to help, like, alleviate the stress and take the burnout away. And touching on the things that AP said as well, to be observant. If you're observant and you can see if she's out of character, if she needs to vent, if she's feeling a little bit vulnerable or a little bit down, those things will really help. So observation and communication.
Nice. Podcast. What you got? What can men do to alleviate their woman's burnout?
Hold on. Let me sit this right here. Honestly, man, I have to give one of those generic responses, right, and say that it depends on the woman. Can't necessarily say, because like even what the sister was just talking about as far as like keeping her in the loop, that can be detrimental to a man's plan sometimes, especially if the woman lacks in trust. And we can't pretend like every relationship is just full of trust. They can ask too many questions. So sometimes it's best if you operate with your man on a need to know basis. You need to know what you need to know. I'll tell you when you need to know it. And in the meantime, I'm gonna just be doing what I'm doing to get things done. Because if I'm doing something in a way you don't think I should, then now you messing up my flow. So it depends on the relationship. But like I'll give you a personal example. So my lady has 2 sons. And I remember when we moved to Iowa, she said, I really want you to come down here to Iowa with me. But the biggest reason why I want you to come is not so we can have sex. It's because I want you to help me with my sons. Right? It just became a moment where she just realized, okay, these ain't no little boys anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And whatever it is that they actually need, I can't really give it to them right now. I got a man in my life who can let me get out the way. Now, it still was an uphill battle. It was very hard for her to relinquish that control. It didn't play out the way I would have wished it would have played out. You know what I'm saying? But
to this day, she listens. If I say, yo, you're not, whatever, you're slacking on this or that with the kids, she jumps right to it because she knows it's coming from a place of concern. It's coming from a place of leadership. I'm in these boys' lives, even if it's from a distance. And I can't just sit back and just watch you fail them. I'll sit on my podcast and talk about mothers failing their sons. So I would be a hypocrite if I just sat back and didn't say anything and watched you fail them. So sometimes, what you can offer a woman to help her, it's things that she won't even know she need. It's places where she's trying to be strong, where she need to be relaxing at, especially when they have been single mothers and stuff like that, because they're so used to having to face everything on their own. And so I think it's really just about, your woman. And where is it that she can, leave or use some stress reliever in the point of the relationship. It could be with her kids. It could be with the bills. It could be with the business. She's an entrepreneur. She don't know about this or that, or whatever. And you can come in and stuff. It's just all about the relationship. It's really, in this situation, I don't necessarily think it's gender role. I think it's about the relationship.
Got you. AP, you wanted to respond real quick?
Just real quick, two things. Podcast, much respect. I didn't even know that about you. Much respect to you, brother.
Salute.
With go ahead and taking.
Can I say something?
Taking that control. Hold on.
You're next. You're next.
I was
Now
quiet
the one
for an
question,
hour.
the one question I have, little podcast, because the one thing that women are great at is asking questions that we don't ask.
Mm-hmm.
So what Sparkle said about letting her know what the plan is, I kind of agree, because they see blind spots that, like, they're in that blind spot that we don't see. Sometimes those questions help us make the plan that we already have stronger. So don't necessarily, in my opinion, don't necessarily discount what she's saying.
No,
it's one of those where you take it under advisement and
like if you like watch it back, you hear exactly what I said. What I was doing was using that as an example to say that it's going to be on a relationship to relationship basis, right? Because sometimes that's going to play out very well in a relationship. Other times it won't. Like, I don't want to make it personal, but if I had a woman that was like a certain person that's on the panel with us right now, that's not somebody I would want to share the plan with. Right. I don't necessarily want to hear all the, the back feed and the feedback and all the extra stuff when I know I'm trying to do something as a man. And like, even in my
I would have that
relationship,
with black men, but white men, I'm very cooperative.
when we, as you should be, when we first came to Kentucky, when we came down here, I told my lady, I said, look, when we get down here, I said, I just need you to just follow my lead. I got a plan. It's things I'm trying to see to fruition. I got a goal for us. I was like, I don't even want you to tell me no. Don't ever even tell me no. I don't care what I say. Just follow my lead. We looked up. It was 6 months. We had everything I planned on having, including her having the best job she ever had. Now she's a supervisor in the pharmacy at the hospital, right? So that's what I'm saying. It's like sometimes I have to remind her of that. I was like, I'll say to her, listen, when you have followed me, when you have followed my instruction, has it ever led you wrong? No. That's all that should matter to you, right? Has it always worked out for me? No, because I don't always follow my own damn instructions. I'm hard-headed. I'm a Taurus, right? But when you follow my instructions, whether it was for you or for your kids, as it worked out, she always say yes. And I swear to God, I wish somebody told me I got to stop doing this, but Trigger knows I'm an honest person to my detriment. I could literally pull my phone out right now and show you a text I just sent my girl about an hour ago, right? Saying to her, hey, listen, I need you to not question a lot about what's about to go on. It's something I'm about to try to do with you, and I just need you to follow that. And she was like, okay, that's going to be hard. Not a lot of questions. I'm like, hey, you know what? Compliance breeds favor. You understand? If you on one accord with me, things are gonna work out. It's not gonna work out if you're challenging everything I'm requesting of you. You see what I'm saying? So I definitely wasn't being dismissive of Sparkle, because guess what? I know, like you said, there's blind spots. You might have a woman that's smarter in certain areas than you are. You know what I'm saying? My lady is as a supervisor in a pharmacy. I'm trying to get her to start a pharmaceutical delivery business. You already tapped in, right? So you see what I'm saying? So it's like I get exactly what the sister was saying, but I did want to say this really quickly, and I'll yield the floor. I take umbrage, man. It was the same thing with Courtney when she made that statement about the woman who was with DMX, and she was with him for 13, 14 years, and it was a waste of time because he didn't leave some exuberant amount of money for her to, live her best life after he died. Or in this case, saying that, it was a waste of time because he didn't leave her a house. I watch wealthy men say they don't own property, right? They rent wherever they live, and all the property they own is an asset to them. It's income property, right? But I think that's crazy that we put this, this pressure. We're talking about relieving pressure on the men, that somehow you're not a real man, and it's a waste of a woman's time if you die and don't leave her a house, right, to live in afterwards. Or was there a life insurance policy? Maybe it was, but I'm pretty sure life insurance policies don't work like you die on Monday. They cut the check on Wednesday. Right, so you might leave the space where you was just at with your husband and he died to go stay with family, to not be alone. Like, it's a different way to look at that. But I yield the floor. I just wanted to get that off. Appreciate you, bro.
Guess what? And that woman is gonna die alone, just like the rest of us single women. So it's no point of getting married. You're gonna die alone anyway.
All right, Anna, your turn. What can men do to alleviate their woman's burnout?
I really feel like men should stop asking women for stuff. Stop asking women to lower their standards. If they're delusional for you, then stop messing with delusional women. Stop asking women.
She went straight to me.
Stop. If a woman rates herself as a 10, obviously that's delusional. All
What
right.
can you do?
So like if
What
she
can
rates
you
herself
do?
high, stay away from those women then. Stop trying to argue with women to fit your standard, because it just makes you look like a desperate Dusty.
I agree.
Like if you have options, you shouldn't have to beg women to change. So I think men should stop asking women for too much, as far as, oh, please accept me because I'm poor. Like, no, get your bread up and compete with the rest of society, compete with the rest of men. Also, I really wish that men who don't have nothing will really stop asking women to stop competing with them, because literally there is no competition if you are masculine, if you are at the top. Like if you are so-called, if we are below you, then there is no competition. But the fact that we are competing with you, then obviously there is something. So please stop begging us to stop competing with you. Real men, like you guys, and I'm not trying to compare racial stuff, but we do it all the time. We compare white women to black women. So I just want to say, dealing with different types of men. I've never dealt with a dark skinned man. I've dealt with light skinned men. But I noticed cultural difference. Black guys just ask for too much. And white men are just more easygoing. They'll provide.
You are the most ratchet person on this panel.
Hold on.
I'm ratchet to you, but I'm very submissive to white men. White men know how to really take me for real. I would never do this stuff to white men, ever.
It's toxic,
so
man.
Yeah.
No,
the thing is, and that's why I always say that, yeah, you're absolutely right. Black women are toxic towards black men. We are not good for you.
No,
I always believe in interracial dating. I believe in
black
interracial
men
dating.
are disrespecting you on this panel. There's no reason to be toxic.
I'm not disrespecting you either. I never called you out of your name. I'm just saying my opinion. And my opinion is disrespectful to you. My opinion is what I believe. I thought it was my turn. You're being disrespectful to me. I thought it was my turn to speak.
Honor, continue.
So based on my ideology of what I believe, that's disrespectful to you. For one, you guys are too emotional. That's what I've noticed. Like if I say this to a white guy, he would never take offense to it. He'll laugh and like, okay, and walk with his suit and pop his collar and keep on going. Like, you guys are it's too much. So as far as men, I don't have to ask white men anything, but my advice to black guys, you guys are going to be on this panel 40 years later, still complaining about the same thing because you can't get women to get on your program. Obviously, your program is delusional if you can't get women on your program. That's just like that. Honestly, you can't get women on your program because it's delusional. You said everything else is delusional, but isn't it delusional that your program doesn't work? Because if it did work, you would have women already. You would have a wife. You would have this, but it doesn't work. because it's not working out for you, obviously.
Anna,
So that's just me.
Can I ask something? Anna, hold on real quick, y'all. Hold on. Anna, I want to ask something because, you know, I've only been in this YouTube space a short while, and I can tell you have a certain particular type of disdain for black men. But I've never seen, you're a black woman, right?
Yeah.
I've never seen a black
Please do
woman
not disrespect black women by calling
Hold
this
on.
woman a black woman.
who has so much disdain for black men jump on every single panel that they're on. I
sure
think
do,
you've been
'cause I love black. I like the company.
hold on. I think you've been hurt by a black man, and this is your get back.
Absolutely not, because I haven't had I've been raped by a black man. Okay,
Oh my
that.
God.
But like, I have not.
Okay. Whoa.
See, wait a minute. Now this is my only thing. This is the only thing I want to say. She specifically has come on panels and stated that she is not black, right? That her light skin provides her the title of a whole nother race. Now, when you want to make a certain point, you're a black woman.
That's the only reason I was cutting her off. I don't usually do that, and I don't want to do that.
You know, we
I've
can't
seen
say
this
that
woman
word on
on
the
multiple
stream.
panels.
You
Ain't
gotta
nothing
watch
real
that,
about nothing.
I do apologize. But as far as my racial group, I'm 71% black. I have a biracial mom and a black father. I think that's black enough. I'm really black.
Yeah,
I'm black.
But you said you weren't black. You said that it's a whole nother race. That's what you said.
But dark skin would say they're not black. Does that mean they're not black?
Internet got a long memory on it.
Why aren't you better behaved?
Wait, you said it though. We're not talking about this.
We're
We're talking about
good behavior skills. Like, why are you?
Let's get off of
ratchet?
racial category. Let's get back on topic, please.
All right.
I really
I just
believe that.
I just want you to be.
I go to all these panels.
Let me get.
I would never go.
Let me get Flex Henry in here so we can stop the terrorism. Go back to the night. I
will never go on a pro-black channel.
Don't call it terrorism because it didn't.
I mean, I think it's extremely interesting that she does go from panel to panel, because I do see her on a CT channel, and she says what she says about black men, and she's always making these contrasts in comparison to white men. But there's no white men lining up to marry her. There's no white men putting a ring on her finger. But yet, as much as she has disdain for black men, she'll still continue to go on panels full of black men and complain about black men when no one is asking you to come on these type of shows. Most of the men on here are married. Sugar Mike is married. I'm married. We have women on our program. You're not on anyone's program complaining about men.
But yet you're still complaining. I don't want.
Anna, you got to stop eating. Like, when you stop eating, I'll bring you back up.
They hella ratchet over in her household. They have no man.
I'm crazy, bro.
I was just bringing her up because I didn't want to have that thing where it's like we're talking about it and she not here. You know how people get. So that's why I kept bringing her up. And she like,
well, listen. In her
move on from her. We can move on from her. We don't even need it.
Sparkles. That's enough.
Flex. What's up, my brother?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Man, chilling, bro. Waiting to get your perspective on the question.
Oh, you know what? I just had this conversation with my wife because she just returned to work. She was off for a year because she got hurt. And so she went from doing most of the things that she was at home all day, and now she's at work. So I just asked her, like, is there anything I can do to help you? Because I'm already picking up the kids, dropping them off, taking turns making the food or whatever. Not even offer to completely take over responsibilities, as far as running the house. And she didn't want me to do it. She just wants me to do some of the things that she's asking me to do to help take the burden off her. Right. But sometimes the responses from her prior months back would be, she would expect me to just know, like I was some type of mind reader. And I just had to talk to her like, I don't run the house like that. I'm always gone. I work almost every single day. I'm not going to be able to just step into a house and just analyze everything and just know. Because things that I may think to do, like, oh, you may need help with this, and I start doing it, and then I do it, and I come to you and be like, hey, I did this and this, and you won't care about me doing that. You would have rather me have done something else, but you want me to just know what that something else is. And so I just have to explain to her a while back, it's like, look, if I'm coming to you and I'm asking you, hey, what do you need me to do? let me know. Don't assume that I'm going to know what it is that you need me to do. So now today I got a much different response when I asked her that question because there are specific needs that she needs, and I may be taking something off her plate that she may not need to be taken off her plate because it doesn't help her to the degree that doing something else may help. So it's just communication.
Got you. Let me answer the question I think I wrote. In fact, I don't even need notes. So, what does Trigger Mike think men can do to alleviate burnout in their woman's house? Because y'all all give all the great answers. I'm going to start letting y'all go first. What I think men should do is be a man. And here's what I mean by that. In this society that we live in, we let women negotiate with us too much. We have been taught what a woman is. More importantly, we have watched what women are. We know their capacity for things. We know when they're going to get tired. They have days out of the month where they could not possibly produce as much as a man does because they are limited chemically, right? But yet we let them convince us that they should do what we do. We let them convince us that they should take that extra shift. We let them convince us that they need to work this extra job, do this extra activity or whatever. Stop doing that. Be a man and stop negotiating so much with your woman. Teach her to learn her limits and she will succeed in life. I promise you. A powerful man knows his strengths. That's what we're good for. A powerful woman knows her limits. The second she knows where she's limited, she's going to look to her man for the win because all his wins are attached to her. That's what smart women do. Stop negotiating with your woman. Set limits and boundaries so she doesn't get burnt out because she's going to blame you anyway, fellas. She's going to blame you for that burnout.
Facts.
Be a man and set boundaries and limits in your household. No. This is the part that I really want to drive home with a lot of people. Your woman is not you. Let her know it. She don't have to understand every decision you make. She damn sure don't have to agree with it. She married you to trust you. Tell her you can explain it once, tell her you're not explaining it again. Because the one thing I've seen mature women do time and time again, they come back to their man and say, you know what? I didn't see it at the time, but you were right. I've seen this happen with decisions made for the children. I've seen this happen in decision made and what size home to buy, right? Because when she no longer wants to and she can't cut it, and it takes both y'all incomes, you the person that can't provide now because she want to take a step back. So men, don't negotiate with your woman so much. You got to be a man and step in and say, this is the clear boundary in the sand. One day you will understand why we can't cross it. And she'll love you for that, I promise. All right. So we're almost to the 3 hour and 30-minute mark. I got a question for everybody on the panel, and then we're going to get out of here for today. Marriage, politics, and sports. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Let me see. I had some better questions. Let me see. All right. Where is this question? Would you live a simpler life if it meant helping your woman out? Would you live simpler and tone down the luxury to alleviate your woman's burnout?
It's luxury. I think I'm already there. You know, we don't live a luxury life. I mean, we live a middle class life. You know, I mean, I'm in New Jersey. Okay, so 6-figure black men ain't like rare. You know, so I've been making 6 figures for like 20 something years. But you know, it's not opulent living. You know, I mean, we have our house and we have our kids, and so the answer is, I gave her the best life I could. Maybe I could have did better here and there, but we're still together, right? She ain't starving. Neither, you know, our kids came out of college with no student loan debt. They're both working, you know, and they both have money and all that stuff, and they're all set up. So I think from that standpoint, I think that's as simple as I can get. Sometimes I wish I could have done, a little bit more, jet set. I mean, we can go where we want. We could take vacations and stuff like that. But, I'm not a baller like that where, you're a rich man. I'm not Anton Daniels. I should have, if I would have talked to him maybe 5-10 years ago, maybe I would be. But.
Got you.
So the answer is, I did what I needed to do for my family to thrive. And whether that's, and that's where that's at.
Can I ask a question, please? As
No,
a
you're
feminine
last.
woman,
You're last.
please?
Hold on.
You gonna ask me a question on it?
No,
What's
like the guys on panel.
Sure.
Okay, Master. So the question I have is, if all of you guys are so married, then you guys shouldn't even have any of these problems. Why do you guys talk about these problems so much?
Well, hold on for a second. Did I say I had a problem though? You just heard me talk.
No, not you. I don't know you. I've never seen you before.
Say what?
I'm talking about, what was that, Flex Harry or the other
right,
guy?
hold on.
Like, you're not even married. They won't put a ring on your. I don't think Flex Harry understand, but I don't value marriage.
Oh, you're
and I don't have a hard time
reading
getting my
the
guy,
comments.
so
You're reading the comments.
No, I'm talking about Flex Harry on the panel. He said, oh, well, she shouldn't even speak on these issues. I'm married. I know. But it's like, if you're married, then why are you speaking on these issues? Because these are
All
for
right.
like single.
Hold on, Anna. I'm going to
Yeah,
answer
like
your
black
question.
men, why are you
Hold
speaking
on, Flex. Hold on, Flex. I'm going to answer her question. We speak on this because men have an inherent responsibility to their community, to our little brothers, and to the community in general. We are actually
so as a part of the community.
We are actually responsible enough to say, this is where I effed up. And I don't want other people to do the same thing.
Facts, sir. Facts.
It's that simple. That's why we speak on it.
Okay, so as a part of the community, why do we have a problem with me as a single woman speaking on these single issues? Like I feel like married people are speaking for single people. For this guy to assume that I value marriage is laughable, because I said plenty of times I like whoring around.
Well,
I don't think
that. Can I say something to you? It's okay that you don't want to get married.
Tried to downplay.
This is the thing. This is the thing, though, right? And I ain't gonna be disrespectful to you, but the thing about it is that it's like, imagine. I hate it when people do this. If I'm having a show about pink balloons, don't come on there and talk about blue balloons, right? We're talking about pink balloons, right?
And I'm single.
Wait a minute. Right now, I know. Right now, what we're talking about is relationship. Look at the questions that are being asked. There's a term.
So if you guys are talking about relationships, why not talk about?
Wait. There's a term called. Wait. There's a term called read the room, right? And what it means is, if you read the room, look at the question that's actually on the video. Do women burn themselves out and blame it on men, right? That's a relationship question. We're talking about.
It's not. So you guys are talking.
It is. It is. No, if you're not in a relationship with a man, there's no way you could blame him for burning you out. So that's what I'm saying. We're having a relationship conversation. And to answer your question that you asked before, because I'm not married, but I've been with my lady for over 12 years. But the truth of the matter is, and I'm gonna say this because I'm one of those guys that just like to be transparent. It don't matter how long you with a woman, it's still learning to do. It's still growing to do. As men particularly, but as a community, we're not being served up this information at young enough ages to develop more healthier functioning relationships. This is why the average relationship in the Black community only lasts 2.5 years. The average marriage only lasts 5.5 years, right? Men in general aren't planning on marrying single mothers, but the average Black woman has her first child at 22. The average Black woman gets her first marriage at 30. So we have to have these kind of conversations so that people can understand what they're going to get into, what they're getting into, what they've already gotten into, and if they're getting out of a situation, what they may need to fix before they get into another one. So that's why we have the conversation.
And plus, as married men, we can speak on these type of topics because we got the results. We've been through it. Like, some of us never probably been divorced, but we know what works and what don't work. That's how we able to stay married to the women that we married with. Like, we not letting our women run all over top of us like some guys do. We not no yes men. That just is what it is. You feel me? So we understand the assignment. Some guys don't, and it is what it is. But we can speak on it because we really know what's going on.
Got you. Appreciate that. PhD, are you there?
I'm here.
Yeah, I like the way you just be sitting in the cut. Wait, she like, I'm here. I've been here the whole time. We be having some smoke with you.
I don't like all the arguing and back and forth. I don't do
She
all
just be
that.
waiting patiently. I'm gonna change the question around a little bit. I think I asked it wrong, and this is a good one for you. Is the modern woman willing to live a simpler life
There you go.
to alleviate her burnout?
Does simpler mean less comfortable?
You know what it means. Stop it. Less luxurious, less keeping up with the Joneses, less behaving. In fact, behaving in your class group. That's what I mean. Not buying Birkin bags or trying to afford Gucci and all of that. Are you willing
waiting
to
with bated breath?
That is a great restructuring of that question.
Yeah, wait with bated breath. Come on, Doc.
So, okay. So, ask the question again. Are modern women willing
to live a simpler life to alleviate their burnout?
Yes, I think they are, as long as that simpler life doesn't involve them having to work outside of the home. Okay. So now if I have to, give up all the luxuries and still work, then that's going to be a problem for, a lot of women. I know it would be for me. So if we're going simpler, then don't ask me to go out there and punch a clock.
That's a good answer.
I mean, yeah, it's her answer. I think it's it is a good answer. I mean, especially if it's personal. If that's your own personal limit, right? You don't want to work if you gotta live simpler. Like, let's say you work right now, you said, right?
Yes.
And if you were married, and as many women do, because a lot of people don't know that a woman makes pretty much all the consumer decisions in a marriage. Mm-hmm. So because women make money, they'll say, I don't want the house in the 50s section. Hell, I don't even want the house in the 55 section. Because I make money too, I want the house in the 60s. And this is how people go house poor. Because the second she starts behaving like a woman and says, well, I want to see the kids grow up, she leaves the workforce, and now he's stuck with all the damn bills and that high-ass mortgage. Right. So are you saying that you are willing to downgrade that house? Are you, if you can stay home, you're willing to downgrade the house?
So are you asking about like the modern woman, or are you asking me?
You specifically. I'm just trying to get clarity.
Am I willing to downgrade the house? So it depends on what downgrade the house means. So if I was living in a comparable home when I met you or got with you, then no, because I could have that home by myself. So I'm not going to add a man and then take a step down.
What? No. So,
Trigger.
You go ahead.
Trigger. Now, I'm not going to lie to you, right? That is actually a great response.
I swear it is.
To the question, I'm not going to lie. That is a very witty and great response to the question. But to the original question that you asked to her, right? I think she's wrong. And I can use the term, right, that they use that I stated earlier, which is I can do bad all by myself. That's how you know they're not going to accept it. You see what I'm saying?
Because say that, though.
I'm not even going to debate that with you as much as I want to, but I'm not. But the fact of the matter is, right, is that at the end of the day, the way they see it is, okay, you're going to give me this. Let's just go with the numbers, right? Average black man, $45,000 a year, right? Okay, you're going to give me a $45,000 lifestyle. Well, like she just said, I can provide myself a $45,000 lifestyle, right? Mm-hmm. So if I'm going to have you, I should be able to expect a little bit more, even if I'm not working. We have literally seen this play out. There's no way to get around this. There's video evidence. It's in the music. Ain't nothing going on but the rent. Like it's there. We cannot deny that this was the narrative in our community for decades now, right? At the end of the day, my mom used to say this: you my husband, you're going to pay my rent. I take care of all my other bills though, because when you leave, I don't want you thinking you taking nothing up out of here. She was already planning for the divorce. Right? When I was young, I thought that was some big good thing, but no, you're already planning for the escape because in your mind, you know you want more than this man you're dealing with can provide you. You already know it. but you don't want to be alone, so you choosing to be with the guy right in this moment, but you already planning to escape. So I think truthfully, if we're honest and we just say a constituted majority, which is only 51%, I think it's way more than that though. But if we just say a majority of women would not settle for what the average man makes, what that lifestyle would provide, we know that's not true. Come on, let's be honest.
Oh, we absolutely know that's true. But the reason why I'm saying so, the reason why it's kind of appalling to me that you wouldn't downgrade homes, because I understand in principle why. Like, hey, we were doing this, I could do this by myself, but factually, you wouldn't do it by yourself. So that's actually what most people are doing. Like we stated, two people are working, therefore two income. You live the life of a two-income household. Remember, I stated it perfect. I said he wanted the house in the 50s. You probably should have met in the middle at the 55s, but because you made money too, you wanted the house in the 60s or the 70-foot section, and then you left up out of the workforce. So remember, man, I told you stop negotiating with these women and understand who they are at their core. They will want to take a step back, and you stuck holding the bill. Now, a house, once you buy it, it's the same price. You buy it at that price. Who are homeowners here? What goes up every single year?
Property taxes.
Insurance. So stop
Insurance.
acting like the house costs the same. You're going to pay more for that thing every year. Your children going to grow old. They're going to eat more food. They're going to have more activities. They're going to have travel soccer, more trips, and all of this. But you left the workforce. You might actually have to seriously consider downgrading the house, just the house, to live the standard of life that y'all live in.
That's a great point. Shout out to you. I know you know Brienne, right, Trigger? Brienne LaFay.
Yeah.
Shout out to Brienne LaFay. She talked about that before. I actually interviewed her for my docuseries as well. She talked about how when they knew they were about to prepare to have a family, they got rid of one of their cars. Right? She's not going to be working anymore. You know what I'm saying? He can't afford both the notes and insurance and all of that on his own. So they got rid of one of their cars. So shout out to her for being willing to do that.
You know what?
But see, you guys have raised sorry to cut in. You guys have raised something interesting, because I was having this very conversation this morning with my husband. We were talking about leaving London, which is obviously the most expensive city in Europe, but we were thinking about leaving London to go outside of London so that we could upgrade our house. So it's not necessarily downgrading the house, but downgrading the area so we could have a bigger house. So that's another option too, I think.
And either way, a concession has to be made. And the reason the question should be posed to the women is because y'all make all the consumer decisions. See, a man ain't gonna say, "Oh, I want to live here. We should buy this house." He can be like, "Girl, what house you want? I can commute from anywhere." That's how most men do. All right, except me, really. I do like houses. I'd be like,
well, I mean, I made the decision with mine, man. I mean, it's a little, my situation is a little different because my wife would actually prefer to downgrade if it meant that she would be able to stay at home, but it was me that had the ambition. Like, I don't mind working. I'm willing to put in the work. So if this is what it takes for me to get this, I will do it. And even now, he's not willing to sacrifice me and have more time away in order to obtain certain things. So we're kind of like stuck in a situation because it's like, all right, we can do this and this, but it's going to cost me going out to do more, which I can do, but she doesn't want me to do. So I think that's why it's important to vet the type of women that you get involved with, because then you're going to want a woman that cares about your well-being, because a lot of the times men don't live past 68 because they're working themselves into a grave. And like you said, they work close to their death date. So if you have a woman that really cares about you, are they willing to trade your life for lifestyle?
Right. That's a great point. That is a great point. I'm gonna be quiet.
We're gonna keep going in order. CEO DMP. Is the modern woman willing to live a simpler life to alleviate her burnout?
No, not at all. And one thing I just want to say, because I don't want to make this about the agenda, but I'm a Black nationalist. All right. So, and when I hear a lot of the conversation, it's like we get to the point about between the man and the woman and the woman being happy, and that's not at all important. It's what we're doing and what we're establishing for the next generation. And it's real disappointment to hear conversation after conversation. It's like we're never talking about what we need to do and what we need to establish to make the standard of living and quality of life for the next generation within this country better. It's like the woman said, she wouldn't lower her lifestyle, and it's like, it's not about you, it's about us being as effective and efficient as we can in order to establish some type of a state, some type of a legacy that will give the leg up to the next generation. I'm not here for no happy wife. I'm not here to make your life a better life. I'm here to do the best that I can to advance my people. You know what I'm saying? And like, we're sitting here trying to please a woman and being slowed down and distracted, trying to make a woman happy. And she need to get the hell out the way. Because nine times out of 10, if you listen to these women and what they're complaining about and what they want and what they need and what they're desiring has nothing to do with what will help the next generation of our people, man. They don't care a damn thing about these kids at all, man, for real. And I just had to say that because nobody else is saying it. And that's just where I'm coming from.
Yeah, but so then the answer for that would be for you to find a woman who is also a Black nationalist and has those same ideologies and is concerned about the same things, right? So
No,
you wouldn't go
that's not right. It's our collective responsibility. Everything that you're complaining about, your lifestyle,
I haven't
about
complained about anything.
Black men ain't doing this, or black men need to do this.
Hold
Everything
Hold on.
we've
Let
inherited.
me get in there, CEO.
situation.
Let me get in there,
And that the
CEO.
previous
So,
generation took more responsibility to care about the life that we were going to have to live. A lot of the complaints you have and we as men
I didn't
have
complain
wouldn't
about
be
anything.
here. So you as a woman, let's put it like this for one moment. Let's not think about us. Let's think about the situation that we're in as a people, as society. We know that we don't like it as it is. We want certain culture, certain values, certain beliefs changed. If we just serve you, how does the next generation experience anything better? Let's say I die and I leave you $1 million. What's your plans for the next generation? What are you going to do with the mother in a nice house, run around here and buy Birkin bags and try to act like you're somebody? What are you going to do with my money when I die to better the next generation so the future of my people do not have to have the same complaints, the same issues, the same problems that we sit here and complain about today? Nothing. That's the facts. You can make up some shit, but I know for a fact you do not think about the future of our people at all.
Okay,
So,
well, first off, if you died and left $1 million, it would be my money, not your money. And so I could do whatever I wanted to do with it.
Did
And
y'all hear that? We call that treason where I'm from. She said she don't give a damn about our people.
I really didn't expect you to say that, PhD. But let me add to what CEO DNP is saying. What he's really referring to is these women. It's funny because women claim to want happiness. We hear the word so much around it. It's my happiness. I deserve happiness and all of this. Why aren't y'all achieving it? Women in general, not, you know what I'm saying? It's because you're searching for something that you're searching for happiness in a dopamine driven generation. It's like you're searching for your next hit. You're searching for a drug, and the more you use, the more you search, the more you need to stay happy. That means happiness does not sustain you. Joy does. Joy comes from service to an ideal. That's what CEO is talking about. The only women that have joy go home every day and cannot wait to serve their family, their man. They look at the education their children are receiving, and through that, they are fulfilled and they have real joy. Those are the only women that we can even call happy in our society. So it's really a sick joke because it's like, go searching for happiness. You won't find it. Serve somebody. Serve something greater than yourself. And now you walk into the kingdom of light. For real, for real. But I digress.
That is crazy. Both of y'all just dropped. Please, JR Trigger, give me permission to clip that, bro. That is crazy.
The AP. What's the question here? Because I got steam coming off my head. But PhD, you're going to get invited back for a topic kind of on this same thing. So I hope you join us on it. Is the modern women willing to live a simpler life to alleviate burnout?
So the answer is, and again, this is my opinion. Don't give them a choice. Either they move on or they get on your program. The reason I cammed up, look behind me. You see the panel on the wall, right? I know you see it. You got to look close. I live here. Why? The reason I live here is I can save money. I have very specific guidelines for what I want to happen when I reach 53, and then another set when I reach 60, and another set when I reach 65. And I already know how much, according to the direction I'm currently going, how much I will have saved, set aside, set back for when I actually do retire, God willing, I'm alive. I also know where the money's going if I'm not. If you can't come into 1,263 square feet, 2 bedroom or 3 bedroom, 2 bath, then you're not for me. I'm not. I'll leave you. I'll leave you for the streets. Maybe for somebody else. You're not who I'm looking for. Even though I've already found who I'm looking for, and it's coming soon. Anyway, so you got to find, like, for me, I just think that it's all on the men. Discard them if they want to. What's the phrase? Buy a dog and die alone. Leave them. Hey, that's not your problem. You're trying to build something. As a man, you should be building something, building towards something, building for something. And if the female is on your page, then she'll understand that. If you remember when I first started, I said that I take care of everything in the house. Everything, 100%. That means if you come in, if you work, you're doing what you want to do to get the Birkin bag if that's what you want your money to go for. Mine is already accounted for and is already moving. But you don't have to. You don't have to work, which means I have other requirements. I already got everything set up though. But that would mean I would have other requirements for you to move the way I need you to move so that I can continue to be successful. Because the one thing I'm not going to let you do is drag me down and drag me backwards. I done been there. I'm not doing it again. And I think more men need to take the approach of, yo, that one ain't for me. She don't know how to build the way I want to build. She's not willing to have panel walls. If you know what I'm saying. It's more of an analogy, but you understand what I'm saying. Could I upgrade my home? 150% yes. I make plenty of money to upgrade my home. But that's not the way I have it set up right now. That's not the plan. It is in 7 years. It's just not right now. And if you can't get on board with that, then you're not moving the way I need you to move. So can modern women do it? Yeah, if you communicate the way you're supposed to the female exactly what your plan is and give her the choice, yeah, I'm sure they could. But will they? Depends on the woman.
My man, AP. All right, Sparkle. Is the modern woman willing to live a simpler life to alleviate burnout?
Okay, before I answer, let me just say if my signal cuts, it will restore. There's planes flying over where I am. By and large, no. If you're dealing with, well, most modern women are materialistic, which is the problem. If your focus is designer gear, having the flashiest car and all the rest of it, no. Now, if you're the kind of modern woman who's forward thinking and you're aware that, you know, we have to plan for the future. I mean, C19 would have told everybody that. Then you might be willing to make concessions in places. I mean, how I look on it is if the bills are paid, if there's food in the cupboard, if we can afford to light the home and heat the home and maybe go on a trip or two, then perfect. I've got everything I need and then some. And if we're able to save towards pensions in the future, then we have everything we need. It's more a case of if your focus is on what's necessary rather than what you want, then you can have it all. You can have a good future. But if you're just frivolous and you flash the cash, what are you going to do when you're old? I mean, as Mike said, you know, there's not going to be old folks' homes that are going to finance everybody and take care of everybody. I think you have to plan for your future, be it savings and property and all the rest of it. So the average modern woman today, especially the young ones in their 20s, they're not willing to do that because they're too busy looking at the Instagram lifestyle. The problem with that is that most people are stunting, and it's all rentals, it's all lease stuff, and people don't own half the stuff they're showcasing online, but they see that and they get a thirst for that. And that's why they expect you guys to have the six figures and all and the extra money and all the rest of it. But the average man, whether you're here in England or whether you guys are in the States, is not going to have that kind of finance. And even if they did, it wouldn't be wise for them to spend thousands of dollars on a Birkin bag when that money could be going towards savings or college funds or looking after the kids. So if you're forward thinking, you won't be frivolous with your money. But unfortunately, we're in the day and age where people are just too materialistic. So I'd have to say no. She's not willing to make concession.
Agreed. Little podcast, take us out. Is the modern woman willing to live a simpler life to alleviate burnout?
The simple answer is no. I mean, the question says, is the modern woman? That's the modern woman. She says no. They've been saying no for a long time. Somebody on a panel I was on not too long ago made the point that, a lot of this stuff you hear is just talking points on YouTube. And I was like, I understand the point that you're making. And the argument was that if you go outside, right, if you get off the internet and actually go outside, you do see people in relationships. And as we know, everybody ain't making six figures. And everybody don't own houses. Everybody ain't driving foreign. So these people are in relationships with people who they consider themselves, and by people I'm talking about the women, they're in relationships with men who they consider they're settling for. And then that behavior is exhibited in the relationships by the way that they treat them, right? So, and that was my argument to that person's counter, which was, even though they're in the relationships, it's not healthy. That's why they don't last. Even when they get married, it still don't last, because women marry for potential. So they thinking in their head, they have a whole plan on how they want things to look in a few years. And when you get to that mark and you haven't met it, then they start rewriting the script, right? You might not even know it if you're not paying attention to that behavior. You see what I'm saying? So no, the modern woman, no, will not sacrifice that. Like I said, I can do bad all by myself, right? Basically meaning I can go and get a job and work and do all this stuff on my own. Because here's one thing I did notice too, Trigger, you know this. Back in the day, when my grandmama and them and my great grandma and them, bruh, they had between 6 and 10 kids.
Yeah.
Right. These modern women, not so much, right? The average is 2.1, right? So that lets you know they understand, I don't want to get up and go to work every day and have to spend all of my money on kids and life and this and that. They want to be able to travel. They want to be able to do this and do that. And so I didn't really pay attention to it until I started listening to Kevin Samuels and other red pill content creators, quote unquote manosphere content creators. But I know a bunch of girls now that's in their 30s now, of course, no kids, own a house, own a pit bull. You know what I'm saying? And so, no, they are not willing to quote unquote settle.
Excellent perspective, brother. All right, man. Thank y'all for coming out today. Everybody, we're going to go one by one. Shout out your personal platform. If you want to get recognized, marriage, politics, and sports, you there? Got anything you want to shout out?
Yes. I started a little content podcast at Marriage, Politics, and Sports. I got like 4 or 5 videos up. My first one is on submission. It's a little profane, but it's okay. And then I did one on Andrew Tate, kind of rethinking his deal. And I have one that I'm going to put out soon on the fact that I think Black folks need to divest from the Democratic Party. And I'm going to say why. I wrote a piece on
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So I wrote a piece on that as well. So I'm going to work on that one. I mean, so I'm really novice at this. And so I can hear you, Trigger Mike. I don't know if you're on mute or not. But so that's it. So just visit me there. I don't have any subscribers. I'm just starting to play with this. I'm retired, so I got to fill my void with something.
So you got
Right.
So it's fun. So I like the space. So whether I become real successful at it or not, I like to talk.
If you're nearby, we need to hit up a few golf courses around.
I hear you.
Somebody need to teach me how to play golf.
Yeah, me too. All right, so that's it. You guys can hear me though, right?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, cool.
I just subscribed to you.
Thanks,
All right,
Mike.
y'all hit
I
him up.
appreciate it.
Marriage, politics, the and symbol in sports.
Right.
Hit up his platform. Thank you for coming
I
through, sir.
appreciate that. Yeah, I'll listen to the rest of the guys. Thank you.
All right, PhD, you got anything you want to shout out? Thank you for your time today.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me. I do not have a platform, but it was a good conversation. And again, thanks for having me.
Hey, always welcome. Please come up. You know we'll protect you here. We won't get on you too bad. And what I like about when ladies come on here, when you don't bend to the will of the dude, it helped the conversation go. Because some women just be saying, like, I've literally watched some women contradict themselves.
Right.
Like, per panel. Well, I'm not. Really. So you just stood on your square there. Was like, yeah, I said it. So that respect, much respect to you for that. All right. See you next time. CEO DMP, my man. You got any platform you want to shout out?
Just CEO DMP or DBA CEO DMP, but I'm really setting up everything in a different way, more private, meeting people online, but then directing them and kind of vetting them. As the lady talked about earlier, I had a recent experience, a 7-year relationship. In the end, it was more about money than the mission, and that individual ended up stealing my identity, jacking me, going through a whole lot of court cases behind that. So I just changed the way that I approach it, and I meet people, and if I see that they're actually in line with what my belief system are, then I kind of direct them towards my platform. But just having it public and open to everybody, I'm getting a lot of trash. So I've been doing it that way. But the biggest thing that I want to say is that we got to get into nation building, nationalism. We got to stop complaining about the women, because that's just not our place. That's not our position. That's not our role. We got to really start addressing what can we do? What can we build? What can we establish to make the future, better for ourselves, but, more importantly, for the future generations, our children and stuff. So that's where I just try to come in and just add that content, because the gender role and stuff and men versus women, I think that's kind of petty. I think it really ain't help. And the children are the ones paying for it, because while we going back and forth, they sitting around and they're going to inherit it. They're going to inherit our fucked up situation. That's all they're going to get from us. They're not going to get nothing better. So I just try to push that. Let's focus more on nationalism. Let's focus more on building.
Absolutely. Big facts right there. The AP, thank you for coming too. Always welcome.
Man, look, I wish I could join you more days of the week. Friday is typically the only real day I got. But if I'm going to shout out anybody, I'm definitely going to shout out the Trigger Mike show. What did you run all week, Trigger Mike?
Mornings, yep, 10 a.m. every Monday through Friday.
So y'all continue to jump in, continue to support this brother right here, putting out this good content. Salute to the Lapeef Network. My channel is still building. There's some things that will be dropping soon. I know I've been saying that for a couple months, but I want to do it. When I do it, I want it to be done properly. And so you can check out the accountability partner if you want to see some of the stuff I got up already. And I believe it's the AP accountability partner.
Because I tried to look it up. You said the AP?
The AP space hyphen space accountability partner.
Got it.
And definitely check out my man Lil Podcast. I know he's gonna shout out his stuff here in a minute. And check out my boy Ricky Williams when he's dropping new dope content also. But that's all I got. Trigger, I appreciate you having me up the whole time, even though I had some technical difficulties for a little bit. But I appreciate you, and I appreciate what you're doing, brother.
Hey, man, always welcome. Please stop by anytime. My man AP. Lil Podcast.
Yeah, man. Listen, fellas, don't listen to these people, bro. It's okay to wash your own dishes. I swear. I'm about to wash my dishes right now, okay? But no, I just want to say, man, like For real, it's dope, bro, to see you with your own show, man. Like for real. Because I know then that it gives me the opportunity to have more conversations with you. I have a pride issue that I haven't got over, so it's hard for me to reach out to people as much as I want to because I deal with fear of rejection. And I've been wanting to have you on my channel way more. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I just don't be wanting to reach out to people because I'd be afraid of rejection. But bro, I really like having conversations with you. I like the fact that you're not the type of person that going to stray away from something. You even if you believe what you believe, you're still not going to act like this other thing don't exist just because you have your belief. And I like that about you, and I appreciate it. And I'm so glad to see somebody like you with a show. Y'all know me, man. Beans, aka Lil Podcast. I got the new channel, Lil Podcast. Produced it. I'm trying to build that one up. I'm not doing nothing on a regular basis. I'm just freestyling, jumping on when I feel like it. Getting more into the shorts game right now, but the subscriptions is definitely welcome. And keep supporting my main man Trigger. And shout out to the AP too. That's my guy, bro. And Mr. Payne up top too. Definitely my man JR. Y'all already know what it is. Section 8 for life.
No, not for life. We'll promote that. You guys, man. That's my dude, man. This dude said Section 8 for life. Crazy. All right, y'all. This is the first week. Thank y'all for rocking with the Trigger Mike Show. Make sure you subscribe if you have not already. Thank for the people who stuck around all 4 hours. You know, I had time today, so we went all the way in. We are gonna get into this a lot of topics. This is just an appetizer, okay? I got topics literally for years. I write this stuff down. I leak everything coming out of my mind onto a notepad in my phone. So, yeah, anything that you might want to hear. My email is triggermikeshow@gmail.com. Please subscribe when you get a chance to my channel. At Trigger Mike Show, or type in Trigger Mike Show to YouTube. Also at Trigger Mike Show on all social media platforms. So on the Lapeef Network tonight, I believe we have Ricky Williams' show coming up. So make sure you hit the bell for notifications if you have not. Also, I'm going to ask y'all something, man. I need y'all to share this content out. I want you to go on that thing on your phone and hit share. Either send it to people in your Instagram chats, send it to your Facebook news feed, and post it. People need to be in on this stuff. To all my people in the UK, I actually got family in the UK. Okay, I'm Nigerian. You know, we will populate anywhere quick. I got family in Manchester, London, Nottingham, a few different places. I even got a cousin that just moved to Denmark. I don't know what that's about. But yes, we are on in the morning. So it's definitely evening over there for y'all going into the night. So I know y'all can participate and get in on these panels. I know y'all can get into the chat and give us some of your feedback. So all of our national and international fans, we definitely want y'all to participate in these discussions. We want to grow that platform that way. All right. So we love y'all. We want to see y'all participating. We want your point of view. We want to share in your international experience. So much love to all of the fans over in Europe. And I don't know how, but I'm also going to get some African people over. We're going to have some African fans up in here too, because it's around the same time for them too. All right. So we got the Chic Critique coming up tonight. Don't know what topic yet, but y'all always know that's a good one. I appreciate y'all for continue to rock with the platform. We are on the Lapeef Network. Tune in on Monday at 10 a.m. Central Time to the Trigger Mike Show. I will see y'all when I see y'all Monday, 10 a.m. See y'all then.